1 million shillings in suspected fraudulent claims before payment. A police officer has told Kibera Court that former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju could not have been abducted while inside his own home. The officer, Sergeant Moses Mongera, from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, was testifying in Tuju's case, where he's accused of giving false information to police. He told the court that officers were sent to monitor Tuju's home in Karen on March 23rd after a report that he was missing.
Wait, a security guard of West Nairobi School Point?
Yes.
Now, you were told us that there was a report of abduction made in the station, isn't it?
Yes.
And that is what I want you to tell me. Who made that report at the station and what is the opinion?
If I go further on the reports, the family was contacted through Raphael Tuju's son.
Mongera, listen to me very carefully so that we don't play around with people's time.
Yes.
I've asked you a direct question. Who made the report, not who was contacted?
The report of missing person was made by the son of Tuju.
The report of missing person was made by the son of Tuju?
Yes.
Yes. I want to know the OB number of that report of missing person made by the son of Tuju. You called him man. Please, if you have it, you say you have it. If you don't have it, we can move forward.
The government says it is stepping up efforts to bring the proposed 2.2 trillion Kenya shillings East African oil refinery to the region. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki says Kenya is working with other East African countries to agree on where the refinery should be built. The project was proposed by Nigerian businessman Aliko Dangote and is expected to be one of the world's largest oil refineries.
Kenya is very keen and is engaging the regional partners in this region to see whether we can have consensus on that facility being hosted for this region. It will create jobs. It will also cushion the economy from economic shocks. And not just the Kenyan economy, but the economy of our neighboring countries that are likely to be sharing that facility. It will cushion the country and the region from economic shocks.
Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi says 13 people have died after a powerful earthquake struck southwestern Japan. The magnitude 7.1 quake hit the island of Kyushu on Tuesday. Rescue teams are still searching for missing people. The Prime Minister says it is now a race against time to save those trapped. She also expressed her condolences to the families of those who died and urged people affected by the quake to stay safe in the hot weather. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
There was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? Indeed, it is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mugala Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast. I am having a fantastic week, if you ask me, because I can say without a fear of doubt that indeed this is the day that the Lord has made. Pia ni kwa sababu tumekaribia, actually tuko mwisho wa mwezi, si ati tumekaribia. We actually at the end of the month, meaning that we are almost seeing that ka-ching-ching in the bank account. Meanwhile, I want you to tell me where you're listening from. If you're watching us on YouTube or you're listening to us on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, and 89.5 FM in Garissa, well, holla at a brother. You can find us on our social media spaces. We are live across all of them. That is on Facebook, on X, on even on Twitch. We are live on YouTube as well at Radio Generation Kenya. That is where you'll find us. Lakini pale kwa YouTube pia ni Radio Generation Kenya, on X at Radio Gen KE. Let's get on business and talk about some of the things that are making headlines across the globe. But before we do that, City, habari asubuhi. Uko fiti?
Nashukuru, habari asubuhi mzuri.
Hata mimi niko fiti kabisa. I can't complain.
Hata ukicomplain nani atasikia?
It depends. Nikienda kwa magoti nianze kuomba na nianze kucomplain, Mungu atasikia.
That one you are absolutely correct.
Na akisikia, unajua ndio mzae, huo ndio fadhela.
Huo ndio mambo yote.
Huo ndio baba yao sasa. Wacha baba yao mwingine, father of all. Huyu sasa ndio baba yao.
You're talking about their collective father.
Yes. Huo nikimwambia bana yo coming through mbaya. Na pia nikipigia madhe ni msho manze jo madhe hivi ndivyo kuko. Pia madhe come through mbaya. Pia father nikimpigia nimwambie daddy sasa unajua yo come through pia. Yeah, lakini kuna wengine nikipigia simu wananiambianga iza jo. Ati kumeendaje? So utadu.
And that do part is why umempigia simu.
That's the moment they ask you so to do, you just know, hang up that phone, delete their number, block them, and focus on getting new friends. Yeah? So, today is 29th of July. According to the United Nations, hakuna kitu, zero, zilch, nada. But tomorrow, 30th, nitawambia what's going to be happening. Yeah? So, do stand by for that and much more. Nikiangalia significant events in history. Kuna huyu jamaa anaitwa President Dwight Eisenhower. Eisenhower. Ndio sasa. He signed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, officially creating NASA. This happened in 1958. Yaani watu walikuwa wanaanza kufikiria stories za NASA 1958. Sisi bado tulikuwa tunangangana na mauma huku. Life ilikuwa hard,
Tulikuwa tungangane na maumau. Maumau ilikuwa ikingangana
na mzungu
na wabeberu.
Yes. Si ndio nasema yani tulikuwa tunangangana tu huku yani tu Kenya yani tu. 1958 tuko huko kwa mabush. Okay, mimi sikuwa. But walikuwa huko kwa msitu huko tu wakingangana na beberu huko wakichapana na viboko na nini na mapanga, beberu akiwa na bunduki. Tulikuwa ngani na stress mingi sana hiyo wakati.
Maumau land, they also had their homemade guns.
No, I've been to the National Museum, and yes, I have seen some of those makeshift weapons that they had. Very effective, by the way.
Those are not makeshift. Those were effective weapons.
Bro, hizo vitu zilikuwa zimetengenezwa rudimentary, lakini zilikuwa zinafanya kazi nonetheless, which is a good thing. So I'm not complaining. I am saying that indeed our forefathers, not our forefathers, our freedom fighters, our founding fathers did a great job. Yes, sir.
Arrows rudimentary.
What?
Bows and arrows.
I mean, they are basic weapons, yes.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So a gun in any shape or form is not basic. Technology sasa imeenda to the next level.
Sasa hiyo ni ile iko na technology ndani yake. Hiyo ni ile sasa iko na advanced tech. Sawa city. There's this rapper, he's called Chance the Rapper. Do you know Chance the Rapper?
No.
You don't know Chance the Rapper?
No.
Chance the Rapper
I don't even know Chance the singer.
Okay. No, it's Chance the Rapper. Chance the Rapper is a big-time American, rap
artist.
Hip hop artist. Coming. Yeah, he's a hip hop artist, man. Not hippopotamus, hip hop artist. So he's a hip hop artist. That's how they say it in the United States, man. So he's in Kenya. Came with his family.
You know that version of the English language sometimes is not very easy to understand.
Yeah, let me ask you something. That's how they talk. So, but anyway, Chance the Rapper is in town. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? He was at the museum, and he documented some of the things that he found there. By documenting, I mean he posted it on his social media. And let me tell you something. I was expecting to see Americans being like, "Oh my God, man! So you went to Kenya, you went to Africa, you went to the motherland, and this is what you found, bro." Over 1,000 comments. It's just Kenyans. It was very difficult to find Americans on that particular chat, on that particular comment section. Ulikuwa watu akina Kimani, akina Okinyi, akina Odhiambo, akina Mora. Hao ndio walikuwa na comment hapo hivyo. And let me tell you the things they were telling this guy. Mara sema one time. They're like, "Welcome to Kenya." Sema one time. Kuna wengine wanamwambia, "Come to this restaurant, kuja kwa kibanda, you will get authentic African food." Others are yeah. They were even posting pictures of mutura. Mutura on his comment section. I'm sure that guy just found it so exciting to be in Kenya.
That's chasing our Kenya.
Wengine wanamwambia apande matatu. So they posted pictures of various matatus of various routes za Ongata Rongai, za Buruburu 58, za Ngong Road. I'm sure he's enjoying his time.
It's a wonderful thing to be a Kenyan.
It is. There's another lady.
Truly wonderful thing to be a Kenyan.
There's another lady some weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, who posted a video talking to her. She's an American. I think she's an actress. So she was talking to her friend saying that, I was in Kenya sometime last year, and the kids through the village she went to. I don't know which village she went to. She said kids there. Maybe kids there can't afford mirrors, even if alisema. And therefore they were seeing themselves on her phone and they were so excited. That thing went viral, city. Kenya walienda kumsalimia kwa Instagram yake.
What was mirror?
Yes. We can't, according to her, we can't afford what? But she came out and apologized after Kenyans flooded her social media, literally jamming it. She had to block the comment section, create a video, apologize. Not one video, not two, several videos saying, guys, I am sorry. This is what I meant.
Alisalimiwa,
Wah. We. Anyway, that's that. That is that. Yani, huyo mam ni dem. Huyo dem alikaa hivi akajiuliza, oh my goodness, guys, I am so, I did, this is what I meant. But she actually didn't mean that. Ali realize, guys, we don't mess. We don't mess. Even on Chance the Rapper's comment section, there are Kenyans who are telling him, please confirm to Flani, we have mirrors.
To date, but
Kenyans did not forget. Anyway, City, tupatie methali yetu ya leo.
Why?
Kenyans don't forget, but I love Kenyans for that. You don't mess with us. You don't.
Okay. He who eats alone chokes on his food.
Okay. You're about in Egypt, eh? He who eats alone
chokes on his food.
Wow. Okay. They're basically telling us not to be selfish, eh?
That is exactly what they're telling you. They're not even hinting. They're just telling you point blank.
Yes.
You continue being selfish and see how that works for you.
There's a time I was sharing a meal with my family and we were doing a barbecue. Tulikuwa tunachoma nyama. And nika grab a piece of inaitwa kitu rib. Ilikuwa nyama ya ng'ombe. Sijui kama hiyo ndio siku nilijua nyama ya ng'ombe.
Rib ni kubwa kidogo.
Rib ya ng'ombe ni kubwa. So nikauma kipande cha nyama. Then me, of course, thinking that I have a huge, esophagus, decided to swallow that thing.
Oh, God Almighty.
Ikafika pale. I started choking. If I had been alone, City Muga, mimi na wewe hatungewahi kuwa tumepatana, hatungewahi juana. That happened in 2023. I would have choked to death had my family not been there to help me and choke. First aid. Hiyo kitu ilifika hapa na ikakataa. So they had to do the whole, unajua ile unafinya tumbo hivi ndio itoke. Nilianza kuona, unaona white light. Because it was during the day, but I started losing conscious. Like I saw myself going. So they gave me that first aid and I unchoked. Mimi na wewe City hatungejuana leo.
So bado unakula rib?
Ng'ombe nakulanga, but I make sure I cut those pieces to
very small pieces.
I cannot at anything bigger than this upper part of my thumb. I can't swallow as long as it's a rib.
What
I don't
it tells
swallow.
me is that you are a good student.
I know I learned. So there you have it, man.
Karibu tu ufike pearly gate.
So he who eats alone chokes on his food, These Egyptians knew what they were talking about. They definitely knew what they were talking about.
Right.
Let's get on with business. Verygeneration.co.ke. What is making headlines? Kama hujaweza kutupata pale, tafadhali check us out, because not only will you get to see the top stories, but you'll get to also watch us live. Well, Sifuna says His Excellency tag was coined by supporters, not himself. HE. Kutoka SG mpaka HE. Acha tuone. Hii nimeandikwa na Bradley Bosire. Bradley Bosire amesema Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has dismissed claims that he bestowed himself with a HE title, saying the label was coined by supporters during an opposition meeting in Taita Taveta and reflected their confidence in his political future. Speaking on the Explainer on Citizen TV on Tuesday night, Sifuna said the title emerged organically after young supporters encouraged him not to focus on political positions that he had lost, insisting that greater opportunities lay ahead. Responding to questions about the increasingly common HE reference at opposition events, the Nairobi senator recounted how the idea first surfaced during one of the opposition's public engagements. So jana Sifuna alikuwa kule Citizen TV, alikuwa anaongea na Yvonne Kwara. Sikuweza kuona hicho kipindi. Yesterday I fell asleep quite early. Did you watch it?
What?
This interview?
Yes.
All right. Well, how was it? Did he say something that is newsworthy, like apart from the usual?
Well, he said a lot.
One term and Ruto must go, and
he clarified many issues. But you asked me if he said anything that was alarming or something that was new.
Well, not necessarily alarming, but new maybe.
Interesting. No?
Something that will be like, okay. On the debt issue, this is his thoughts. On corruption, on goonism, nothing. Okay. All right.
He spoke the way a politician should speak on certain matters. Okay, nothing that people can pin you down on. Nothing that...
so he was being careful.
Yes, which is good. Which is very good. Yes. Because given the sort of limelight that Sifuna finds himself in now, even if he breathes, that will be analyzed.
Like Mulana alikuwa anapumua side yake left ilikuwa inanuka kuliko right.
Yes, and did you watch how his ears were moving or his nostrils?
This guy
everything he does now when it comes to utterances.
No, ameanza kubadilika venye anatembea.
Umeona vile anaongea?
He's working presidential now.
He talks and mentions the name of someone, just mentions in passing. Ebu, so unaona sasa? So careful. It's good.
It's good. All right. Still on Sifuna. He says, if Kenyans want me to run in 2027, I won't say no. Okay, chatusome. Hii imeandikwa pia na Bradley Bosire. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has left open the possibility of vying for the presidency in 2027 general election, saying that he would not turn down the opportunity if it emerged from a collective decision by Kenyans. So speaking on Citizen TV's The Explainer on Tuesday night, the Nairobi senator said the Linda Mwananchi movement was seriously considering fielding a presidential candidate, but stressed that the decision would be guided by public consultations rather than personal ambition. Na akasema hivi, if the people feel that this is the best way for us to proceed, we will not say no. We will proceed with the people, Sifuna said. Okay. So how do you know that the people, have told you to run?
That is the people speak I'm talking about. We guests come to this show.
Yes.
And without batting an eye, they said, Kenyans have agreed. And I'm thinking, I'm here and I don't share that view with you, and I'm a Kenyan.
I wasn't where those Kenyans were.
Yes, it is a smart way for politicians to speak, to give the impression that they've garnered consensus. So when somebody uses the term Kenyans, it is an appropriate term to use because there's a universality to it. One gets the impression that you have traversed the country, you've gone far and wide, okay? Like Linda Mwananchi, according to what Sifuna was saying, I think have gone to 16 counties.
Yep.
So they still have another
31
to go.
Yeah.
Yes, which is fine. So again, careful speech. It isn't the first time. Politicians always, this is something we've had in our system for the longest time, political system that is. The people have asked. It's always the people who have asked. It's always the people. That particular term is used consistently. And as I said, it is synonymous with someone giving the impression that they consult widely.
Yes. Okay. I wonder how someone knows the people have... it's easy for me in my ward, for example, to know that the people have said, hey, Mazimbu is mama. Ukwa MCA. Because maybe a ward is a smaller administrative jurisdiction. So if majority of the shops I pass by and guys from Mutura and Mama Wamboga hapo and my neighbors wananiambia manze nini kitu ni yako Mbuvi bana, I'll be like, okay, I think the people want me to do this. Yeah. And I would front my name and see how that goes.
Let me up the game a bit and explain how some people do it.
Okay.
Once upon a time, when I worked in the Nyanza region, the people from my neck of the woods, you would have groups of people. You're told, kuna wazee wanataka kukuona.
Okay.
It's okay. Tell them I'll be with them shortly. And you would ask them to come in and you'd talk with them.
Okay.
There were many stories that they came to talk to you about. And these are different groups at different times. But the story primarily was centered on you need to represent us.
Yeah.
Depending on how close or how well you knew members of that particular group, some would tell you directly, but if you're not going to vie for this position, don't come home.
Yeah.
Because sasa wewe unatuachia watu wengine wanatuharibia kazi bure ukuje.
Yeah.
But I'm a cynic.
Okay.
So whenever I'm told such things, I listen and I take it in my stride and I thank the visitors for coming. And at my place of work, there was a kibanda where they used to serve food.
Yeah. Food like a
Food
okay, matumbo, githeri,
and I'd
nini.
ask someone to call the lady who runs it and says, could you give my guests something to eat and then give me the bill? Yes, and tell the lady in the Coca-Cola kibanda
Yeah, pia soda.
to also give them half a liter of soda each. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So it isn't something that one should be as dismissive about as I am being dismissive for this reason. That is the one occasion where self-interest is useful, because those people have a self-interest.
Okay.
Some may probably have met when they were in Kisumu and they don't have bus fare to go back home. Or they have, but they see no reason why they can't have some more bus fare to go home.
Yes.
And since they know you as their son, they want to talk to you. But even if you leave that aside, that self-interest is what locals must have.
Yeah.
Because if this person seems like somebody who can meet this interest that you have as a community, it is self-interest, that's a good thing. So they are merely throwing their hat into the ring to say, guys, this is what we hope you'd be able to do for us.
Okay.
We would like you to help us, blah, 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 blah. And part of it is because of what they probably seen you do. So they feel you'd be the right person to do so. So there are many, many such groups who will make time to go and see a senator. And they'll come from very many parts of the country.
There's a friend of mine, Andrew Givinji. Givinji is saying that Mutula Kilonzo would be a good deputy of Sifuna. Mutula, the governor. Mutula Kilonzo Jr. But that's his analysis or his opinion.
It's his opinion, and the question I would automatically ask is why? Why Mutula?
Yeah. Maybe kuna kitu ameona.
It is true.
Yeah.
And this thing that ameona,
Nini.
what is it?
Aye. MPs demand full disclosure of a Kenyan engineer's death in Mozambique. So, fresh questions have emerged over the death of a Kenyan engineer in Mozambique after a parliamentary committee found the government's explanation lacking, prompting lawmakers to demand a more detailed account of what happened before, during, and after his death. The National Assembly Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee resolved to seek further clarification from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs after reviewing its response on the death of Moses Robert Magotsi, who died in Maputo on October 11th last year. The committee, chaired by Belgut MP Nelson Koech, said the information submitted by the ministry did not fully address the issue raised by Saboti MP Caleb Amisi, who had requested a statement on the case. Amisi wants the ministry to explain the circumstances surrounding Magotsi's death, reveal the cause of death, and provide an update on investigations conducted by the relevant authorities. The MP also questioned the cremation of the engineer's body, saying it was allegedly carried out without the knowledge, consent, or authorization of the deceased family. He asked the ministry to explain whether all procedures governing the handling of the remains of Kenyans who die outside the country were followed. So this guy died in Maputo, cremated, and then the family was told, oh, by the way, sorry guys, Magotsi is dead. And so what happened to him is whatever explanation they gave.
He died. So since he died...
Yeah, so see, tukamchoma, and then, so here are the ashes.
Well, the moment umechoma mtu...
evidence gone.
Forensic...
Even DNA. You might as well just give them the ashes of a cow. difference is the same?
The question that has been raised is a valid one. And it shows concern for other Kenyans that hongera.
Yeah.
Kwa huyo mheshimiwa.
Because how would people in a foreign country dispose of body, and they know this is a Kenyan? It's not like they thought that wait, this is an unknown body, a John Doe. No, they know this is a foreigner. They have his ID. They know contacts of the family.
They even know what he's doing there.
Yes, we have a Kenyan embassy in Mozambique.
The way this thing works, huh?
Yeah.
The questions that are being asked by Caleb Amisi must now be asked of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yes.
So that they intervene. Watuambie vizuri. Give us the details. Explain to us what happened.
Yeah.
Yes. Get a detailed explanation from authorities in Mozambique.
Tuambiwe hapa ndio the body was found.
This is what the state the body was found in.
Yes.
Vitu kama hizo.
So we transferred the body to X mortuary or location. Then the decision to cremate was made because this and this and this and this. Because hapa, if they do not get the answers they deserve, siko baya, Mozambique government needs to pay this family a very handsome and beautiful and a combination of a pretty sum. Because hapa kuna maswali mengi sana hayajakuwa answered.
Kwanza, now what was he doing there?
He's an engineer according to this story.
That's what the discipline is qualified in. What took him to Mozambique, what he was doing in Mozambique. Vitu kama hizo tu. Yes.
Kenyan 10,000 meter runners miss medal in Glasgow despite season best runs. The rain fell in sheets of over Scotland Stadium, and for Kenya's distance runners, the cold seemed to seep into the bones. Just minutes after Ferdinand Omanyala's 100-meter heartbreak, the men's 10,000 meters team suffered a similar fate, finishing empty-handed in a race they were expected to dominate. 10,000 meters in 10 kilometers, eh?
Baridi, bro. Baridi.
The timing was brutal. Omanyala's semi-final disaster at 9:10 p.m. was followed almost immediately by the 10,000 meter final at 10:25 p.m. In just over an hour, two Kenyan hopes had crumbled on the same rain-soaked track. For Edwin Kurgat, the pain was most acute. The American-based Kenyan crossed the line in 27 minutes, 50 seconds, and 98 microseconds, a season's best that should have been cause for celebration. Instead, he watched helplessly as the Isle of Man's David Malake, Kiangai, have I said it correctly? Or is it Mulaki? Overtook him in the final 50 meters to snatch bronze. Okay, so basically, we didn't perform as we expected in Glasgow, kule Scotland.
Baridi. Yeah, I'm going to be completely Kenyan.
Lakini city hawa watu si akina Kipto wanakimbianga huko, acha niangalie hii imeandikwa ni nani. Sikulikuwa na Eden Kurgat wanakuanga kule Rift Valley, mahali parity inakuanga mingi tena sana. So there's Kurgat and the rest. Omanyala tunaweza sema okay fine. Omanyala ametoka mahali kuna kuanga na huko kwa Waluya kuna kuanga na baridi.
Yes. But let me ask you something, Paul.
Yes, sir.
You think the baridi we have in Eldoret and in those environments is the same as the one they have in Glasgow?
No.
Yes.
I am not saying it's the same.
It's far from being the same. Because the cold you have in places like Eldoret, burnt forest, and everything, you can measure that cold. This one
is immeasurable. So what are we saying? Is this the first time they are running in Glasgow? Number one. Sababu nikiangalia kina Kurgat wanakimbianga hata kwa parity nyingine mbaya sana huko Eldoret, huko Kitale, huko Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu.
These were big things. The Commonwealth Games were huge.
Yes.
And we knew about it. If it wasn't for me scrolling through just information, I would not have known. No. There's the usual fanfare about it. The team would have gone to State House to meet the president.
Yes.
They're given the flag, so we know, we are going to
Glasgow.
Did you see that fanfare anywhere?
No, I didn't.
Precisely. Why?
By the way, why? Sorry, why did we stop doing this, by the way?
Mr. Lewy, we've done this thing for the longest time.
Nilikuwa naona mambo na President Moi.
Everybody.
Niliona na Kipagi, na hata wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta nilikuwa naona watu wakienda huko wanasalimia yeye, wanakula lunch kidogo, alafu wanapatiwa uniform yao, viatu hapa na pale, alafu tunachoi maneno itafanyika.
the thing is,
and our president is Kale. Why is he not beating these guys, Bana?
my friend, there are very many sportsmen and women. The youth Kenyan starlets, the footballers, did marvelous stuff
until they met Morocco.
Yes,
Morocco gave them a 4-0 blackout.
It's perfectly,
but it's okay.
Do you know how they got far? They got far. So we should have known.
Yeah,
we have a women's rugby team. We never hear about them, and they play very good rugby. The sevens. What I'm saying is, there's an attention we gave the footballers when AFCON was held here.
Yeah.
That same attention needs to be given to every sport.
And I agree with you, CT.
The volleyball team that we have get to the World Cup levels all the time. You don't hear. If you are not a keen supporter of that sport, you will not hear. But these are the things that should be given prominence.
You see, CT, and thank God, I thank you for introducing this issue on football. Do you know the Kenya government pays Ben McCarthy directly? He's the coach for Harambee Stars. But the same is not true about the other Harambee Starlets. It's not true about our national volleyball team. It's not true about
our rugby team.
Our rugby team, thank you. So now that the government has given prominence to Harambee Stars, it needs to do the same for every other sport across.
You see, we have something called a sports fund. I'm not certain what it does, but if you really want to encourage sport, should there not be a structure that the government follows, since you already have a fund that's supposed to go into sports, where there's visibility as to how you're supporting the sport?
Yeah.
Let me say this. It is possible that the government has such a system. But the system that supports athletes from the Kenya Athletics Association and all those things, those people tend to be more important than the athletes.
Yeah.
Okay? You go to rugby union, you find there are people there who are far more important than the sportsmen and women.
True.
And that importance always arises and rears its head when there's some money being spoken about. Okay? So, again,
ile siasa city iko kwa Harambee Stars ndio imefanya hizi sports zingine zianze kufeel ni kama they are children of a lesser god.
You've actually taken it far. These sports we have where Gor Mahia play FC and play Tusker and play what? Bro, it starts there.
Yeah.
It starts there. It starts there. The Kenyan, anyone who's a Kenyan of a certain age should not even utter the word corruption in their mouth unless they're referring to themselves.
Yeah.
The rot that my generation and those before us have left as a legacy for these things in sports, man, it's sickening.
They either decide they make every other coach a civil servant, or they because now the way we are handling
these
other
people
sports
are not many.
Yes, they are not.
Okay.
And they can actually either be absorbed or gava ijitoe iache football
the football can sort itself out, because this FIFA thing we're talking about, there are those who are of the view that after everything had been paid and teams given money for winning, they still made a profit of $5 billion.
Imagine that.
Okay? But FIFA supports football. FIFA gives money to our association here. Where that money goes,
you have to do.
No. Mimi na wewe ndio hatujui.
Oh, kuna mtu anajua.
The fellows, have you not asked yourself why those positions are so fought for? People fight for those things as though it's a life and death issue. Why? Why? Because you have this calling to lead people in this sport. No, there's money in that particular sport.
Very true, City. Let's do traffic. Then when we return, we get into the newspaper and tell you what is making headlines there as well. Nani sasa amekuja hapa? Si yeye.
Traffic.
Haya, tuangalie Gitanga Road. Gitanga iko sawa. Barabara hizo za akina Kilimani Estate, akina Agwings Kodhek, Dennis Prit, Valley Road, huku ni Naivasha Road, huko kwote kuko sawa. Tukienda upande huu mwingine, akina Olympic, not looking bad. Yani pia hizo barabara zenu za Jamhuri, akina Woodley Estate, huko kwote hakuna traffic kwa sasa. Actually, the entire stretch of Ngong Road, stretching all the way from, if I can just go further back. Yes, further back to Ngong Forest. Hiyo barabara yote iko sawa all the way into the CBD, that is via Haile Selassie. Landis Road huko mko sawa pia. Nikienda upande wa Eastlands, Jugo Road not looking bad. Hiyo barabara yote, Makadara Estate, mahali mnapanda matatu, huko kwa wote mko sawa sawa kabisa. Manyanja Road pia naona iko sawa. Then we take a look at Kangundo Road as well. Kangundo Road, as you're approaching Outer Ring, hapo ndio kidogo tu kuna kasanala, because there's a huge matatu stage next to the where is this, Umoja Market 1, but everything else after that is moving quite well. Watu wa Obama Estate tuko kakina Kayole, kwote hizo barabara zenyu ziko sawa. Outer Ring Road yenyewe is looking clean right now as you're heading towards Airport North Road, but Airport North Road is currently colored red. Why? Because of why actually? I don't understand why this traffic is here. I usually use this road, especially during the day, sometimes when I'm coming from Eastlands or sides of Kamakis. Na sionangi shida, sielewi traffic inatoka wapi mimi, by the way. But anyway, kuna traffic on Airport North Road. Eastern Bypass looking clean. A few pockets of traffic as you're heading towards Utawala, but that's because of the bus stops that are there. Everything else is moving quite well. Thika Superhighway is what I'm interested in right now. Usual place, Pangani, traffic 5 minutes maximum delay. Beyond that, you will move quite well. Going back all the way to Kenyatta University, past Kenyatta to Roiro Dani, kila kitu iko sawa. Watu ambao wanaenda veka hapo hakuna shida yoyote. Same to Wayaki Way, by the way. That road is looking fantastic. Now I want to take you to Mombasa. Watu ambao wako Mombasa, lakini watu wa Mombasa hata mtuambiangi kama mnatusikiza. Na tuko na frequency huko hivyo kwanga imeshika mbaya sana. So Mombasa
people from time to time we do have people
like one person. True. Garissa usually like we see Garissa here. People of Garissa, thank you so much. Kengeleni ndio niona traffic tu kidogo, lakini zaidi hapo mnasonga. Mahali pengine naona ka traffic ni hapa ni wapi? Panajulikana kama Freemason. Hapana. Sheikh Abdullah. Sheikh Abdullah barabara. Mali nenda kupatana na Ronald Ngala. Hapo ndio kidogo wapata msongamano wa magari, lakini ni kwa sababu ni junction. Pia pale Sabasaba ukienda kupatana na Naivas Supermarket kule Tuda, Sabasaba maeneo haya kidogo traffic, lakini kwa sababu kuna nini? Kuna mkutano pale, yani inajulikana kama junction. Zaidi ya hapo unasonga vyema.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Mkiona chochote barabarani ambacho tunafaa kujua, why don't you let us know and we shall definitely do what? We shall definitely read it out. Right now, I want us to check the Standard newspaper front page. It says, poisoned chalice. What do they mean? Wanaita illusion. And then we have 3 pictures here. That of Professor Kindiki, Dr. Samoei, and Mr. Rigathi Gachagua. Na hivi ndivyo wanasema. The office is only a heartbeat away from the house on the hill, yet it has become Kenya's most dangerous political seat as power slowly slips from Deputy President Kithure Kindiki's grasp and speculation over his future gathers pace. Despite his repeated denials, the familiar script of isolation, humiliation, and possible political extinction appears to be unfolding once again. History is replete with such cases, from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and Mwai Kibaki to George Saitoti, William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. The country's second in command has repeatedly discovered that proximity to power offers no guarantee of security. The harsh reality Kindiki may yet confront is that denial has never showed or stopped the political downfall of deputies who failed to read the signs. Lakini Standard wanatoanga wapi hii nini? Information, kwa sababu saa zingine wanasemanga vitu and I'm like okay, interesting perspective.
But you know how the media works. There are people who are in the know. You are never really certain whether it's an axe they're seeking to grind or whether they're just purveyors of knowledge and information and they feel this is something the public should know, or there are people who don't particularly like an individual and they found an opportunity to besmirch their names. One is never really certain. However, because there's the element of confidentiality when it comes to people who give you information in this line of work, they will not tell you. But the thing about the media and speculation, don't dismiss any such information.
No, I'm actually not dismissing it.
No, it's not you who's dismissing it.
Yeah.
I'm speaking the third person. You is not you, Paul Mbuvi.
Okay.
You is me, you, and others.
And anyone else listening.
Yes. Let us. It is not wise to be. No, that I should have said it. To be dismissive.
Right.
Of such things.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, you don't know what they know.
Because this is the second day that they have run a similar headline.
Even this place called Tuko. Na kuna ingine inaitwa sijui something. I'm trying to remember the name and it escapes
Kenyans.
me. That one. There's even a third one.
Mpasho. Okay. Gafla.
No. You are talking about extreme media. I was Opera News.
Okay.
Yes. So.
Opera News.
Missijui.
Nitakwambia tukiwa off air.
So what happens is they are all carrying this story.
Yes, they are.
All
of
all.
them. Yes.
And they are so definitive about it. I had actually dismissed it at first and said, yesterday. Then as I kept reading, I said, wait.
Hold it.
What do these people know that I don't know? So I said, let me do what I normally ask people to do. Let me wait.
Yeah.
Sit and do what? Wait.
So anyway, even if wamesema na meza dawa.
Meza tu.
Next one. Let's see. Under Siege. Oh, under siege. Okay. Nation wamejoin. So under siege, who is under siege? Of course, and they have chosen this picture of Kithure Kindiki. Who does this? Why do people do this to people?
But that's the point where you ask, who has he offended?
Anyway, acha nisome. Kazi yangu ni kusoma, kazi yangu si kuuliza maswali. A fallout with President Ruto triggered Rigathi Gachagwa's ouster as deputy president after 2 years. His successor, Kithure Kindiki, also finds himself in a precarious position nearly 2 years into his tenure. Albeit for different reasons, while the loyalty of the man who once served as Ruto's lawyer is unquestionable, recent political developments, including ODM's demands, are raising the question: is his position as the president's running mate in next year's election secure? That is the question. And the deputy president is actually quoted here. I know we are now many in government because the likes of Paranya have joined us, but we are not leaving. We will fight it out with them because this is our government.
You know, when I read sentences like the one you read about ODM putting pressure.
Putting pressure where? On Gava?
Yes.
On the position of the...
You read it?
Yes.
You read it?
Yes.
And I'm asking exactly what you're asking. Where, how, and to what end?
Yes.
Because the only way you put pressure is if you can demonstrate convincingly that you have political might. ODM as it currently stands, are they saying that they have the sway that ODM had in the region where these ODM MPs come from?
Yes.
And that the sway is the same as that before the death of Raila Odinga?
And you actually made me understand that that is the critical question that we need to be asking ourselves.
Yes.
I don't know if I can answer that question conclusively, but what I can say is this. Watu wanaweza kuwa deputy president ama running mate. This is the word. Running mate in 2027 wameanza kuincrease. Running mate wa Ruto wamekuwa wengi sasa. Tuko na Kindiki. Tuko na Joho alikuwa ametajwa mahali. Tuko na Gladys Wanga pia alikuwa ametajwa mahali. Sasa tuko na Waparanya amekuwa akitajwa lately.
So let me ask the question.
Yes. Tuko na Mudavadi, by the way, usisahau.
Right. Yes, okay, mention a few more if you can think of any.
Let me add in Wetangula. No,
Okay.
Wetangula, no.
So let me ask, of all the people you've asked,
Yes, I've mentioned, yes.
yeah, what is their voter base? Because you need to bring something to that table. What will Joho bring? What will Gladys Wanga bring? What will Oparanya bring? Who else did you mention?
Mudavadi, sorry.
What will he bring?
I don't know, me. I'm just a radio presenter. I was just saying names because they are said out there.
And I'm also asking it in a rhetorical manner because it is not that I know what they will bring or not bring, but I'm asking, what is this thing that will make them? Because in all honesty, your deputy ought to be the sort of person who, when people look at, you feel this is somebody who's be able to pull a certain region in your direction. Which region are they going to pull?
I don't know, man. But even, do you know on this other side of opposition, pia mambo yamechemka, vyenye tu ya serikali imechemka, hii ingine pia imechemka, because now we have actually, I think for the opposition side is even worse. Them, they are not looking for a deputy president. They're actually looking for a president, because they have Matiang'i, they have Kalonzo, now they have Sifuna, who actually I think is a big at the moment.
He has upset that whole equation completely.
Mbaya sana. Mbaya. Yes. Aki yamechemusha mambo huko design ingine ya noma.
Because all these principles that you speak of, they cannot pull crowds the way he can.
Yes.
If we're just using the pulling of crowds as a factor for consideration.
Yes.
How is he? You know the dynamics of ODM since the passing away of Raila Odinga are not what they were in terms of being a cohesive unit that one can use as a bargaining tool or a bargaining chip. Because ODM was not just Luo Nyanza.
Yeah.
ODM was Western, ODM was the coast, then
even Northeastern, usisahau.
See, I'm continuing. And then small pieces everywhere else in the country. Okay? If you went to Masai Land, you'd find them.
Yeah.
If you went to certain parts of the Rift Valley, you'd find ODM support.
At a centro.
Eco. And it was more than most people thought.
Yeah.
Okay? So what I'm saying is that particular base, in my opinion, no longer exists in that form. It may exist, but in a far more diminished form. But the backyard of Raila Odinga, that is Luo Nyanza, that is spoken of, at the moment, one has to ask, are they cohesive in their support for the voice of an individual who is now the current leader? That's the question you want to ask. Because if they are not, then ODM has no pull.
Yeah. Sasa tena pia kule, you know, someone, who was it yesterday? I was having a conversation. Oh yes, I was having a conversation with Stanley Kimure of DCP after our show, and he was like, the reason why Jubilee might be losing grip in the mountain is because, number one, their party leader is more or less absent.
More or less.
Yeah, he's absent. Yes. So they are trying to identify with him, but they can't because the guy is not there. So Jubilee is really struggling to get a grip in that region that we are calling the mountain or central Kenya. Then he said, now that they have a deputy party leader who's been fronted to be the presidential candidate, now they are considering Jubilee Party as a Kisi party. That is what Stanley said. And I was like, wait, it's difficult. It's really difficult.
And you see, the assumption is that the entirety of the Gusii nation would go in that direction.
Of Matiang'i, you mean?
Yes. A very large number of people would.
Okay.
But not everybody.
No, I'd like to ask Kisis if sijapata nafasi ya kupatana na Mkisi vizuri nimuulize kama yeye ni
No. The vast majority will tell you they support Matiang'i.
Apart from Onyonka. And I'm talking, you know, those are leaders. Me, I'm talking about common mwananchi, common mora.
Common mora. There's a very large number of...
Who will tell you ni Matiang'i?
Yes, they will tell you. They will tell you.
Look,
the thing about our politics, that there are people who wish to deny, and by so doing are in denial, is that we are pulled towards a certain tribal leaning when it comes to the person we feel is the leader of our community. Let's leave the term kingpin aside. See? Like, somebody who is not a Kamba can't be a kingpin in Kambaland. It's not really complicated, is it?
It is not. You're very correct.
Yes. So, somebody who is not a Meru or from Taraka or from Embu cannot be a kingpin in that area. You have to come from that area. And the reason why we have what we call kingpins is because our politics and the evolutionary process, despite the fact that we have counties, has been such that we believe that when you have somebody powerful within the compound of the government, then your issues will be addressed better. We have never moved away from that thinking.
We haven't. But with good reason, though.
Oh, we have more than ample reason. But I I would like to be a bit of a naysayer on this particular subject for this reason. In so doing, we give the governors a free pass.
The governors?
Yes, because they're not part of the discussion. We don't discuss governors enough, and yet they are the ones who are supposed to be the engine of development. Yes, the county governments are governments.
Yes, they are.
But the discussion around governors and what they do with the resources given to them is scantily discussed. Yes.
Tuendelee na hii magazeti. Hapa kuna picha. Victims of overseas studies scam protest outcome of graft case. This story is really bad.
No, mimi inaniumiza hiyo kitu.
Hii kitu mimi ninaona na mimi sita blame but nitaomba especially Rift Valley leaders. Watu wanafaa kuketi chini na waketi na former governor Mandago waelewane tu how these guys will be sorted.
It's a painful thing.
1.2 billion just like that. I saw some of the parents.
Do you remember the story of these parents when this thing was highlighted the other year? And people are telling you how they raised the money. You know, your heart bleeds instantly.
Yeah. There's a lady I was watching yesterday, I think, or the day before. She said their father abandoned them because he literally sold everything, gave them, and he blames them. Anawambianga nyinyi ndio mulipoteza pesa yangu. Yeye hata hii kesi haelewi venye inaenda. According to their father, niliwapatia pesa, I sold everything, I gave you money and you have lost my money. I want nothing to do with you. Families have been broken because of this scam.
Children have died
because of this scam.
Yes.
Hii mimi kama hata kuna pay bill mi tunaweza changa tupatia watu because this is really bad.
That thing is heart-wrenching.
But as we do that, people have got to go to jail, watu wafungwe na wapotee huko and they lose that key. Because these people gave money. They have the, can I call them receipts? They paid.
Paul, there is no doubt that they gave receipts. You see that they paid money. You see, if you listen to the case and the way it was presented, and you listen to the parents whose children were supposed to go to these schools, yes, there were admissions to some universities abroad. They were not told the whole story.
Yes.
And it looks like there was a pyramid scheme that somebody was running with regards to tuition fees and payments for children abroad. They gave the impression that once you paid that money, that your child would learn. In some cases, it was just a semester's fee.
Yes.
And if you don't have fees for the next semester, the university will throw that child out. So, and then what do? This is a foreign country. Some universities came out and said, look, this is our structure. This is what we offered, and this is what we were giving. And they were supposed to do this. Now, if they didn't do it, there is nothing more we can do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mnapoteza aje 1.2 billion ya watu peasants. This is wrong, man.
No, it is very wrong. It is wrong. It is wrong. From a religious perspective, it is sinful.
NMG's Uganda outlets reopen after state shutdown for 1 month. Zimefunguliwa. Students face higher varsity loans in plan. Should Parliament approve President Ruto's proposal, the new funding model for higher education will mainly be student loans. Sources familiar with planned law changes say government scholarships will be reduced, which means graduates will have higher loans to repay after completing. Drink spiking. Women arrested after more victims report losing money. Hours after arresting Alice Wamugo Mwangi for allegedly stupefying and robbing a Matatu lobby's official. Hours after arresting Alice Wamugo for allegedly stupefying and robbing a Matatu lobby's official, detectives linked her to 3 similar cases, including one that ended in the death of a quantity surveyor. Wachukuliwa watu wakali ili waache ujinga kama huo. Lakini nitashinda nikikumbusha wanaume, tafadhali focus on your homes. Uliacha bibi kwa nyumba, unaenda kukunywa pombe na mtu kwa baa, kwa nini? Tuache hiyo tabia mbaya. City, over to you.
Let me tell you something. Those cases are not fun.
Yeah, they are not.
But what I've come to learn from stories I have heard, they are a very well-oiled machinery. They don't work alone, and they watch their targets carefully.
Yes.
You know, the term they used to, I've seen in they're casing the joint. They case the individual, meaning they time you. And sometimes I get the impression that they also work with individuals who work in financial institutions. Because they would know if somebody has withdrawn cash.
Oh, yeah.
Because you always told how somebody lost money. So somebody drinking at that, but how much money would you know this person has? Okay.
Because like in the case of the late, I think it was called, was it Ed Mokua?
Yes.
He lost like 300 G's. And you ask yourself, who walks around with 300,000 in their wallet? Nobody. I don't think.
It can't fit your wallet.
Even
bana.
Elon Musk, 300,000.
It can't fit into your wallet. Yeah. So the point is, and all these things don't take place in the daytime, they take place at night. So when you listen and hear the methodical way, one, they know the drug, two, they know the effect of the drug, and the really polished ones know exactly how to use it. People have been taken from the bar and they have taken these people to their homes. And they have informed them they have more money at home. And they have cleaned, literally cleaned. Whatever was, hey, bro.
It's bad.
Bro.
It's bad.
Tutatenga
siku tuongelee mambo.
Wacha hivyo. Tukimaliza session I will tell you stories.
I hope you are not the superstar of the story.
No. Mimi hapo.
Okay.
If I was, I would tell you.
Okay.
Yes, because it's important that people understand that these things can happen to anybody. If I had been in such a case, I would have spoken about it a long time ago and loudly too.
Okay.
IBC signals end to 2027 live polls results. Draft 2026 law deletes requirements for public live streaming of results as they are declared at the polling stations. Unaona hii takataka imeanza sasa.
Wait. Ati nini?
Draft 2026 law deletes requirements for public live streaming of results as they are declared at the polling station. Unaona hii sasa tumeanza shida.
We will need to scrutinize that thing.
As I said, so unaona hii tumeanza shida. Okay, tuendelee tu na kuendelea na hizi shida. ODM dangles Oparanya option as Western politics tide shifts. Okay, best of luck with that one. Bill targets conflicts of interest in Matatu safety inspection. This bill talks about expanding the mandate of NTSA. And what they're trying to do is they want to empower the authority to register and license conformity assessors.
Okay.
Okay? So wale watu ambao wanasema hii gari itembee na hii isitembee ni wao. Okay? Sifuna Osotsi kicked out of key Senate watchdog panels. Okay? Again, I cannot begin to pretend I understand the thinking behind this.
Yeah.
Many people who have been in the political arena in this country have gained fame and notoriety when the parties they belong to have ostracized them. Case in point, our immediate former deputy governor.
Yes.
Had he never been impeached, the infamy or the notoriety or the publicity he has now would never have been possible.
You mean deputy president?
Yes, former deputy president.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how it is people in the political realm don't seem to understand that they are doing the complete opposite of what they seem to want. Yeah. Unless they're playing a long game that we don't understand, which I don't think. You get somebody out of a committee.
Yeah.
So you've given them a new lifeline.
Kwanza ndio unampatia sasa sauti ya kwenda kupiga kelele huko.
Yes. Tuju warns of mischief in proposed EADB amendments. Tuju still fighting that war of his. Kenya closer to ending HIV epidemic. This is what the UN report shows.
But the juzi tu walisema there's an increase in the infections. Kwanza among teenagers.
Yeah, juzi walisema hivyo. Na juzi wanasema sasa kwamba wako karibu. Umesikia hiyo?
Nimesikia.
So wewe you just go with the flow, eh?
Okay.
Umesikia hiyo?
The flow it is.
Business Daily. Michael Joseph joins Delarue after shares deal. This Michael Joseph is a survivor.
Hey!
This guy is a survivor.
Michael,
CEO of Safaricom. He's been chairman of Safaricom.
I think it's that
Kenya
Masai,
Airways.
It's that Masai wife of his.
He's a Masai wife.
He married a Masai wife, I think, if I'm not wrong, unless I'm confusing him with someone else. But anyway, the point is he's a Kenyan now.
There's a guy called Reinberger, who was the ambassador of America to Kenya. He married a lady from Masai land. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nita confirm ya Michael Joseph.
Okay. Nation Media Group Uganda to resume operations after Museveni nod. Sawa. Wameambia okay, umeshika behavior ndio sawa. Endelee na kazi. Ndio mshike behavior.
I can't wait to read Daily Monitor after this.
It's going to be alive and yes, alive. Mbadi seeks planning law after 203 billion budget jump. Mbadi's job is not easy. Court freezes recruitment for Kenya Re's top positions. There's been a saga at Kenya Re. Mara, the CEO, has been told to step down. And the saga continues. In which country? The country of
Kenya.
Right.
All right. Nime-confirm. Hey. Michael Joseph is married to his fourth. You know what? Wacha tusome tukisharudi. Hii ni mrefu. Right now, it's time for the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court has acquitted rally driver Maxine Wahome of the murder charge over the death of her boyfriend and fellow rally driver Asad Khan. In a ruling delivered on Tuesday, the court found that the prosecution had failed to present enough evidence to establish a prima facie case against Wahome. Wahome had been accused in connection with Khan's death following an incident in December 2022. Here is Maxine's lawyer, senior counsel Philip Murgor, speaking after the judgment.
Maxine Wahome has been, together with her mother Beverly and her father Jimmy, have been all of them as a family have been the victims of a gross injustice. What happened on the 12th of December 2022 was an accident that was self-caused by the deceased. Everybody knew that. Everybody. The police knew it. The prosecutors knew it. Even my colleague here who visited the scene knew it. It was clear as daylight.
A man has been convicted of terrorism-related offences by the Kahawa Law Courts. Ibrahim Hussein Hassan was found guilty of 7 charges, including being a member of the outlawed Al-Shabaab terror group, collecting information linked to terrorism, and possessing materials connected to terrorist activities. The court ruled that the prosecutors had proved the case beyond reasonable doubt after forensic analysis of Hassan's mobile phone uncovered extremist propaganda videos linked to radicalization and recruitment. He will be sentenced later today. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna says he will be open to running for president in the 2027 general election if Kenyans choose him as their preferred candidate. Speaking during an interview on Citizen TV on Tuesday night, Sifuna said many young people have encouraged him to consider the country's top seat, saying they believe he has what it takes to lead.
I think the straight answer is that as Linda Mwananchi, we are very, very strongly considering the prospect of running a presidential candidate. And that is something that I think is clear. It's coming from the people themselves. They are asking us because there's things that they see that we represent. And we've gotten ourselves here by largely listening to the people. There's a lot of work to be done, Yvonne. I have spoken to you about the tour of the 47 counties. It's not easy to run a presidential campaign. I mean, even just from a constitutional perspective, you need at least 25% in at least half of the counties. We have not even done 20 counties. We are begging and pleading with the public for some level of patience for us to be able to actually ascertain that the support is solid.
Leaders in Kajiado County are calling on the Kenya Wildlife Service to quickly complete investigations into the deaths of 14 elephants in the Amboseli ecosystem, led by Governor Joseph Ole Lenku. The leaders want KWS to make its finding public, saying the deaths could threaten one of Kenya's most important elephant populations. The elephants were found dead in different parts of Amboseli National Park in June, and the leaders say the public deserves answers.
Nilitangaza kwamba ndovu 14 wamekufa kwa muda wa wiki 3. Tukio hatujai liona. Tukasema nini inafanyika na ndovu zetu? Hao wanyama ni zetu. Tunataka kupata report kwa sababu KWS wamechukua samples. Tunataka kupata report nini iliua ndovu zetu kwa muda wa wiki 3. Haijai tokea.
The United States has banned the import of new foreign-made humanoid robots, saying they pose a risk to national security. The ban mainly affects advanced robots, including human-like and four-legged machines, many of which are made in China. U.S. authorities have also banned the import of certain power inverters used in data centers and solar power systems, saying they could threaten the country's economy. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungalambuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast. Tuko naye Sitimuga kama kawa kama K, and our guests have arrived in studio. But before I introduce them, nilikuwa nataka kusalimia watu kama watatu hivi, because I can see my Tech 2.0 is in the house. Msema Kweli as well. Willis Juma. We also have Lillian Kendi, and I know MC Tonje is somewhere here. So MC Tonje, tafadhali tusalimie, na wale watu wengine wakina Path kule kunaitwa aje? Australia, tafadhali. I'd like to know whether you are tuned in. Meanwhile, in studio, we do have the co-founder of Africa Uncensored, that is John Allan Namu, and joined by community manager at Africa Uncensored, still Simon Muigai. Gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. Alan.
Yes.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Good
nice
to see you. Nice to see you too.
Yani wewe ulitoka mainstream media ukaenda kwa media yako, but haujanona. Haukondi.
Huwezi nona.
Maintain. What do you mean huwezi nona?
Hey man, ni jua kali.
It's bad out there.
It's hard. Unakimbia.
Simon, yes. How are you doing? Welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's amazing to have you guys. Before we get to this whole issue of investigative journalism, CT has a proverb. Okay. CT, tafadhali wasome, watuambie kenye unafikiria.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the land of the pharaohs. There are those who may not know it, but what Egypt is called now is not just the Republic of Egypt, but the Arab Republic of Egypt. Okay? Very many of those North African countries are also members of the AU as well as being members of the Arab League. Okay? Just in case someone didn't know. Right. He who eats alone chokes on his food.
Simon.
You just did Simon.
Do you eat alone?
Well, you know.
Nampatia nafasi.
Napata time ya kufikiria.
Yeah.
So when I was watching CT, nilikuwa naona he's giving out the proverbs to everyone, and then I'm like, they're so easy, and then I'm here, I'm like, I have to think about it.
Don't overthink it. Let me make it easier for you. Not easier, but realistic. You cannot determine how someone interprets a proverb. It's really
true story.
Because most times they'll relate it to their lived experience. Other times, they will just try to wing it. And when you overthink is when you're going to wing it. Don't wing it. Just say how it speaks to you. Some people really go off left field. You wonder, how do you connect this one? But that is theirs.
Okay, I think I'd interpret it as people who eat alone choke because, like, I know, like they're hiding, they're in a hurry. Yeah.
Okay.
See, I told you. Yes.
Unajificha.
So
utaki watu wajue unakula.
You don't want to chew it properly. You want to gulp it down.
I think the takeaway from that is to share. I mean, and if you're doing the right thing, why hide?
Good point.
That's why we're exposing.
Exactly.
Sasa nimejua vinyo umesurvive kwa hiyo. Okay. Yeah. And I agree with you. I mean, it's the same thing. If you what you're doing is right, then I mean just do it in the open. Yeah. But Africans, bana, as we celebrate everything with food, and we do it in the open. Yeah. Egyptians walikuanga wajanja wakisema hivyo.
You know the thing about proverbs. They are a summary of the very many things that communities have come to understand over time. And that phrase, that statement or two, is supposed to more or less explain to you in very few words what they've come to understand about the situations that they have seen. Because people rarely talk about things that they haven't quite experienced.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Alan, I'll start with you by asking, you know, I remember the times of Jijopevu, when you guys used to do all these amazing exposes. Do you miss doing that, in legacy media, mainstream media?
Do I miss it? I miss certain things about it. I think one of the things that I miss is the people. The team that I used to work with. Myself, Moha, Kasim, Mohammed, and some of the editors and cameramen that I used to work with.
Yeah.
Do I miss being in the mainstream? No, not really. I left for a reason.
Yeah.
And I think these past 10 years and some change have been like proof that the decision that we made at the time to leave, the decision that we made to kind of strike out on our own was the right one, and it happened at the right time. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. And now that you're doing Africa Uncensored, you have done very many stories, like very many stories. I'm sure it would have been difficult in the beginning, but right now it's more or less like riding a bike. Maybe you can tell us about that.
No, I don't. Okay, so let me answer it this way.
Yes.
So there's certain parts of doing the stories that have become easier. And that's more the technical bits. You know, the more that you do it, it's like exercise, right? The more you do it, the more adept you become, the bigger your muscle for something
and
grows.
It stops hurting.
And it stops hurting. Yeah. Hapo week 1 to week 3 is tough, right? And so technically, I think the teams become incredibly like adept at what we do. But the issues have become more and more complex because, you know, once you grow your muscle, you grow your skill, you want to stretch yourself.
Yeah.
So we've gone from, like straight human rights investigations, which were hard in their own way, to financial investigations. Now we're getting into the age of AI, so we're starting to do AI investigations. But I think what the journey of 10 years has taught me about this kind of work is that there's certain inflection points that allow for that kind of growth in an organization, but also a growth in terms of the purpose.
Okay.
So like that's why Simon is a very important member of the team. He's not a journalist. You know, he'll explain himself.
Yeah, sure.
But he's, I think, one of, a core of members of our team who are now really important for where Africa Uncensored goes next. Yeah.
Okay.
So yes, it's been hard.
Yeah.
Yes, there are some things that would make others blush or have cold feet. But we started this thing for a reason, and I think keeping on track is what we'd like to do.
Okay. Simon, how long have you been doing this? And maybe you can also just explain to us your role as a community manager.
Africa Uncensored, I think about 8-9 months.
Yeah.
I think we have done some incredible work
Yeah.
in community. So the role of a community manager essentially is making sure the story does not end after publication. So the investigation still continues, and then making sure like we really connect with the people who the story is actually about. So for example, after story is done, we can do like a screening of the story of where we can do like a screening. We can hold public dialogues, conversations, events, and making sure that all of these people get to see and get to make a bigger impact than just doing the documentary and sitting on it and just uploading it on YouTube and then the conversation happen there. So it's trying to connect to the people I'd like to think that I'm the bridge between now the newsroom and our audience.
Wait, so you actually go to the place where the story
Yes.
happened or took place, and
Yes.
you also screen the story there?
Yes. We have done it for a couple of stories. I remember we've done it for, I think one of the best ones we've done is when John Allen was starting African Sense, and then you did the story on Uhuru. So there was a company there that was spilling toxic material, and then guys in that village got infected, and then they had long-term issues. 10 years later, we went back and screened the documentary for them. And we actually did a follow-up investigation and did a screening for them. So they got to see themselves from 10 years ago. Some of the people had already sadly passed on. Some of them are still living with those diseases. And the case is still ongoing. And I think the other one would be another one we did in Laikipia. Where, there was a conversation on carbon credits. And then they were trying to take land from the Maasais in the name of carbon credits. So we did a documentary on carbon credits, and then we went deep into a place called Doldol. You enter Laikipia and then drive.
I've heard of Doldol.
Drive like hours inside, and then we showed these Maasais what carbon credits actually is. So they didn't know what carbon credit was. They didn't know anything about it. But their land was being taken away. So they signed something. So after they watched the documentary, and then they realized, we just signed a document for like 30 years. So they had given away their land for 30 years. And then coincidentally, the same company that we had exposed in Kajiado was the same company that they had signed for in Laikipia, in Doldol.
And what exactly had they been compensated? What in the way of compensation? What had they received for their land?
They're not informed about whatever they're signing, and I think that's one of the main gaps that exist, because it's called free prior, something like
informed consent.
They're supposed to be informed of whatever they're signing and given like proper information on whatever it is they're coming to the table. But now it's different for them because of the way of their lifestyle and the way they structure their lives. So it's easy for them to get manipulated by a few people. So they just bring a document, and then they don't give you like every information they have, and then you get to sign off your community land, and then you're like, these are Maasai, they've been grazing for the longest time, and then all of a sudden you're coming and telling them you can't have goats past X number, you can't graze past this place, you can't graze at a certain time. You're changing all of this, and then they get small money. Because I remember when we were screening the documentary, and then they saw that the guys in the documentary got about 17 million, and they were saying, "Hey, since we got 2 million."
It's funny, but it's not funny.
It's funny, but it's not funny. Because now it's a whole thing. So now when we do that, now it creates better impact and more.
But is that possible without the collusion of certain members of the community?
Well, I think that's the point. There's certain members of the community who take advantage because perhaps they're more informed, or it's usually more connected than more informed, right? And they're looking at the money as opposed to what the long-term impact to the community that they're in would be. For instance, in Kajiado, what you found were members of the community going and then now talking with the county government and those establishments that are doing carbon sequestration here, and signing documents on behalf of the community without there having been like a public forum for the community to sit down, talk about these things, and understand whether, if I'm going to be involved in a carbon credits project, this is how I should benefit. But some of these and that's the thing about the carbon credits market. It's such a wild west, in a sense that you don't really understand, even internationally, how this thing works. And that kind of information doesn't yet trickle down to the people that it affects, and that's why Simon is there to help the community understand.
Yes.
But more than understand, I think to help the community just become more active in terms of some of the decisions that they make. Journalism alone can't do that. and we've recognized that. And journalism, just practice, like for instance with the expression, he who eats alone chokes on his own food. Journalism practiced outside of or sequestered from the community doesn't really help the community. And that's why it's important for us to do these kinds of things.
Yeah, because you see, once you've done the story, you see, unfortunately now, even for media houses, you do a story and you bounce. You put it on TV, YouTube, whatever, radio, and that's it, you're done.
Yeah.
But now your role becomes more critical because now the story is from A literally to Z.
Exactly.
Wow. How do you even find these stories? Like, how do you know I'm gonna do this story in Laikipia or Narok, Eldoret, whatever?
So in a number of ways, I think the first is that increasingly over time, we've had people now start to contribute. There's this idea here, there's this story here, there's this thing you might want to check out, or people who are at the center of a story saying, hey, I need to whistleblow about something. Am I safe with you? Is our information safe with you? So that's one very big way that people just come to us. Then we also have very robust discussions in our newsroom. Like for instance, today is an editorial day. So we'll spend about 2 hours of our day talking through the projects that we have, but also now talking about the stories that we want to do and the quality of the work that we want to do. So some of the stories, and like in journalism terms, that's called enterprise journalism, where then now you create the opportunity by looking into something and saying, this is something that deserves being looked into. But I think it's a combination of those things. Then the third thing that's becoming part of our storytelling mix is now gathering data over time. So for instance, in 2019, we, alongside a data insights and analytics company called Odipo Dev, started gathering corruption data from around the country since about 1978. Then now we're aiming at 2002 initially to then now track corruption across 3 presidencies, basically, from the end of the Kenyatta regime to the end of the Kenyatta regime.
Yeah.
And now we've
Kenyatta
gone
1 to Kenyatta 2.
Kenyatta 1 to Kenyatta 2. So Kenyatta 1, Moi, Kibaki, Kenyatta 2.
Okay.
And now we're also doing it at the counties. So for instance, the headline that you had in The Nation yesterday about billionaire governors, our focus wasn't so much the governors,
yes,
but the system that allowed for us to have billionaire governors. That's the more important thing, because you will jail a governor, you will give him a bad name, you'll run him out of town, and then what? And then the system
the next governor will be a billionaire.
Exactly, the system that produced him still remains. So that's one other way that we're now looking at stories. What data are we able to gather? So, like for instance, the documentary that Joy Kirigia and Purity Mukami, alongside our colleagues from Lighthouse Reports, did on SHA and the algorithm that's been running SHA and trying to prejudice poorer people. That was based on something that was said in Parliament, some documentation that had already been gazetted, the algorithm itself, and a month-long investigation that looked at the data that would then now tell us, actually, this is what is the situation on the ground.
If you put it that way, I'm also interested to know how you get deep into some information, because some information isn't easy to come by. Like you mentioned, sometimes you will find that even witnesses have died. You will find that maybe information is protected because of a certain office. How do you bypass that? Because you will watch a docu or an expose and you're like, hiyo walijua aje.
So I think the mistake that people who hold information make is they think that they are the only ones who hold that information, or they think that information is valuable only because it rests with them or in their office. But I think the people who are part of that value chain in creating that information or being part of that insight, they sometimes are people, many times are people of true value and belief that some of the things that we're exposing deserve to be exposed. And it's anybody really. So it could be you're sitting here with me, kumbe unatufichia white, but CT has a belief that this thing, is important for us. Or the watchman that we met coming in observes certain patterns and behaviors. And oftentimes it's those guys that you don't notice. I hope I'm not anika them, but it's those guys
I mean, that's how you get open source intelligence.
You're actually very spot on.
Yeah.
You're very, very spot on, because a position like that of the security individuals, they collect more data than most people realize.
Exactly. Every day they know who has come in, they know who has left, they know when they've left. So if something were to happen in here, that's the first port of call. You don't go straight into the heart of the story sometimes. You have to start from the margins. And unfortunately, like with this regime in particular, but as an extension of the Uhuru regime and part of the reputation of the Kibaki regime, because I've reported across all of these ones.
Yeah.
It's just a culture in government to be like serikali ni sirikali, so they are always keeping secrets, always guarding information, despite the fact that we're supposed to be opening up. And yet that very information is what we need to be able to make better decisions.
It then brings the question of why do they guard that information? To what end?
Oh man!
For what purpose?
CT, you've been around longer than me, but since you've
that is an absolute truth. Yes.
But to answer the question, let me give you an example of where like hoarding that kind of information is important. So, say you sit in a parliamentary committee that receives privileged information about oil fields in region X, say Turkana, or a gas field off of the coast of Mombasa, and you happen to know that there are certain business people who are interested in developing LNG value chain across this, and you get to sit down and meet with some of their competitors, you hear about what they're planning, or you start to hear plans from government in advance. That's currency. That information is currency, so you can trade that, or you're investigating, and this is now one that happens a lot. You're investigating something. Public accounts, public investment committees do this, have done this all the time. You investigate something, and you find that person X who's been sitting in front of you is guilty of what they've been accused of. And so what do? You meet them on the side and say, give me 4 million shillings, 5 million shillings, I'll make this thing go away. I have actual cases that I have heard from the people who've been asked for that kind of money. Get this person, so you care about this person, or you care about your reputation, get it out. So those people who sit at that junction, that nexus between public information and private interest, are usually the ones that hoard this information for their own benefit. And that they say information is power. Certain kinds of information is not just power, it's money. Yeah.
But then it also gets me thinking, perhaps in a more nefarious way. People who find themselves in positions of authority and perhaps have something they would give an arm and a leg for the public not to know about. And somebody is privy to that information. So they hold it over your head. So you end up doing their bidding, because in the absence of doing their bidding, there's a likelihood that you would be exposed. And that exposure in your mind is far more harmful
than
the alternative.
Exactly.
Yes.
But I wonder about that, City. For certain people in society, right? Like, let's say you and all of us here are representatives of society, and we have certain values that we believe in. There's a certain sense of shame that we have that, hey, kijulikana, by the way, jina yangu imechomeka on these streets, right? and then there's another category of people for whom shame is just another word in the dictionary, right? And for whom exposure doesn't really do anything to their reputation, right? In fact, they look at it as publicity. right? All publicity being good publicity.
They thrive.
Or an opportunity to be now thrust into the center of the cauldron and that sort of thing. They thrive in this thing. More likely than not in our country, in our context, these people are politicians, right? So I question that, most times, because it's not always the case that shame is what's going to, keep a person from operating in those ways. I think in especially in our leadership conversation, etc., the kind of quality of information that you have about somebody, yes, can be useful, or it might not. Let me give you the perfect example before I shut up.
John, we actually asked you to come here to talk.
Okay.
So.
Well, kuna watu wengine wanafaa waongee. The other day, we saw Junet Mohammed talking about how people were bribed in parliament to depose Rigathi Gachagua. Now, Rigathi Gachagua had a laundry list of things that were wrong with how he was, part of the running of the country at that time. But that people were paid, right? To impeach him. But then the thing goes further. Not only is he saying that watu walilipwa, badala ya kujenga manyumba vizuri, unaenda na unatumia hizi pesa na kwa mayelo. You know exactly what he means by that, right? So for him, the shameful thing is not that you didn't use the bribe money for buildings, that you used it to go and now entertain people, the fair agenda in this city. That's exactly the kind of conundrum that
the spending of such resources more pleasurable.
Exactly. I mean, it's just so that's where tumefika, right? Where shame is an instrument, it's more a tool, yes, to try and shame people and to try and besmirch their names, but used by the wrong people, it then now comes off as hubris, or it then does not work in the way it's supposed to.
But don't consider for a single second. True, there are those who give the impression they are thick-skinned.
Yeah.
But that is when they speak, or in certain instances when they conduct themselves in a certain way.
Yeah.
However, it isn't across the board. There are things which, if were brought to light, not only would they squirm, they would do anything to ensure that doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah.
Why do I say this? If it was that the individuals who refer to as politicians were as thick-skinned as they like to give the impression, why do they bother cozying up to people in the fourth estate as much as they do? Because they really, really, really cozy up.
Yeah.
And they go out of their way, literally. Okay? Is it because they anticipate that they may need this person? And to the point where some would argue they're actually afraid. It means that the sense of morality isn't fully dimmed. There are things, okay, case in point. If you think you're besmirching the name of a Kenyan politician, and stating that they've had a romantic association with a lady who isn't their wife, that doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
That one doesn't go anywhere. They'll probably smile and ask you the question, so what? Okay. However, when they present themselves as being wealthy people, and the source of their wealth is as dubious as the wealth itself, I think the last thing that they would want is for someone to document with clarity how it is they've gotten there. Because many of them also present themselves as religious individuals.
Well, true.
So there's that contradiction that they live, and it points to the one thing: they are not as thick-skinned as they would like people to believe.
You're talking about two categories of people. And there was something that I was listening to that made it even clearer to me. There's a difference between a liar and a bullshitter, right?
There's a difference.
There is.
Really?
A big one.
A big difference between a liar. There's a difference between a liar and a bullshitter.
One bluffs.
I'm going to sit back and learn.
Yeah. So a liar has an interest in the truth, right? And that is why they recognize that they have to lie to do something. a bullshitter has no interest. Whether you tell me a lie, or I tell you a lie, or I tell you the truth and I catch you out, they'll just smile and tell you, let's move on, and they keep going. So the rules don't matter to people like that. And unfortunately, the concentration of bullshitters in our country is very, very, very high in the political space, as is the concentration of liars as well. But I think it was put really well. A liar has somewhat even a tangential interest in the truth. But a bullshitter will bullshit you until the cows come home. And that is the problem, that we have a very big concentration of bullshitters in our leadership, in our elite, but also in society.
Why do we keep referring to these people as leaders? Why don't we describe them appropriately? They are these individuals whom we elect.
Yes.
And are in positions of leadership.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that they themselves are leaders.
Are deserving. You're right.
Yes.
You're right. So they occupy positions of leadership that we have appointed them to.
Yes.
But they do not reflect the values that we
No.
appointed them for.
No.
Right? But a bullshitter also has a smooth tongue, right? And a liar does as well. So you can be there, you're convinced, huyu mtu amesema is going to fight for me, etc., etc.
Simon amecheka because anajua hii mambo. But let's nikuulize Simon, have you ever found yourself, or rather, do you ever do the investigative part of a story? Apart from your role as a community manager?
My role begins when the story ends, but now we are trying to revive that and see how does a community manager get involved even as the story develops, so that we see how we can make like a bigger impact as the story is being developed, and also even after the story is already out. So this can manifest in so many ways. One example is when I gave you over screening. We can do like a public dialogue afterwards. We can do a town hall afterwards to discuss certain issues that we are all talking about, issues around the country. So yeah, I think most or a bulk of my work begins after the story ends, and seeing how we can make an impact afterwards.
But Simon, everything you're saying points to one simple notion, that the story never really ends.
Exactly. The story,
when a segment of the story is concluded, it doesn't mean it has ended. A segment, because the story is much bigger. As you research, you find out things that are worthy of further investigation and of publishing and reporting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But does that not always provide room for, in that same process, finding out things that you had not even thought of, things you hadn't known? So it opens up an avenue for another chapter of the same story.
Yes, and you're right. I think it never ends. For example, the story I gave you before, we did a story and then we did a screening 10 years later. We waited 10 years to make an impact of this. And then we can always have these conversations even after the story is done. Yeah.
And I think why Simon's role is important is at Africa Uncensored we've always wanted to make sure that the people are really at the core, right, at the center of every story that we do. And what Simon, I think he expressed it really eloquently. Like, he's a bridge between what those people's needs are on a day-to-day basis, or on a longer running basis than the story. And there are so many things that have come from what Simon does with getting together with communities, listening to journalists, listening to the people on the ground, that have allowed us to even change our strategy, our trajectory. So when he's saying that he's being included now at the beginning, that's not something that used to happen at all. That we used to very jealously guard that part of the editorial process. Mtu wa community unafanya nini hapa? And it's time for the journalists, right? But by opening up, what we've allowed ourselves to do is become more perceptive to whether the actual thing that we're investigating is the important thing for the people. Because there's that assumption that journalists make, and this is a legacy thing, that because I've sat down...
All journalists or...
Some journalists.
Okay,
some journalists. Not all journalists, but a good number of them are investigative. I mean, I've made this mistake as well, where that you think that because I've spent this time researching this issue and I've put it together and I've put all the bells and whistles together and I've presented it for you, that you will appreciate it. You'll be like, yeah, that's cool, but actually this impact is what I'm more worried about. That's why the work of a community manager.
And actually, that is the end. You guys have this figured out, eh?
Some parts.
Because I'd like to understand challenges in your role, meeting the community, helping them understand, trying to see if they've understood, even trying to see whether this is the intended impact. Do you face any challenges in regards to that?
I mean, there's a bigger struggle, especially when you're working with people. So number one is gathering them at a particular point and then making them understand like why this matters to you.
Yeah.
So most of that usually comes after they've watched the thing and they know, okay, now I've seen the relevance, but now getting them there is usually like a hassle. And then you get it's a complex web of things that you're trying to figure out at the same time.
Right.
Because it's also the community is also new in a newsroom. I've seen community manager roles in tech firms, tech organizations. Now trying to bring that into a newsroom and having that influence the decision that investigative journalists make.
Yes.
I think that has been kind of my biggest struggle on a day-to-day basis, but I think we are doing good stuff.
If it's of any comfort to you, there is a field of research referred to as biomedical research. For the longest time, the people who were at the helm and called the shots were people who were natural scientists, doctors, people who are clinically trained. Now, you see, biomedical research isn't biomedical research if you're not conducting research among people. And when you just talk about the training, the group of people I have mentioned tend to handle human beings at the point where they are unwell and they need someone to have a clinical intervention. But if you are involved in research, there are other issues that this individual has that may have contributed to this particular condition, and you would need to understand his background. Exactly. That's where now community comes in.
Yes. Exactly.
So it took them quite a bit of time to arrive at this understanding. And that's where now the issues of community engagement now became serious. But it took quite a bit of time and pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling. Because, and perhaps what brought it to the fore in this country was HIV. Because the social impact of HIV kept defying any clinical intervention that you may have. Because you are getting to the heart and to the core of the way certain people think and how they socialize. So the community individual became very important.
Yeah.
So if it's any consolation, this is still even a work in progress for people who do nothing but research when they sit and breathe.
Yes.
Have you ever met some unintended outcome? For example, this is what you expect once you have done a story and you go to the people and you show them imewachoma mbaya. Your leaders have failed you, or this company has done ABCD to you, and they actually don't care.
That's a tough one. But I think we've met open-minded people in all of these things that we do, including even the town halls that we organize.
Okay.
So, for example, a town hall is just like a normal setting like this. You have guests and then you have an interviewer and then we talk about a certain issue. Sometimes the guys that we bring are not always the people's favorites.
Okay.
So, if you're chamboing a new law that has been passed or something in Gava, essentially we want to hear from Gava and we want to hear from someone else. So having that person there gives you an insight of why this thing was made, why this new law was created, why there's this reform in government, and then now trying to sell that to people and say, look, we can't all, we are a media house. Yes. We can't say at you, we are this side on this side. We are, we just give you information as a proper media house. The fact that we are investigative journalists doesn't mean we have to pick a side.
Yeah. You're not biased, basically.
Yes, exactly. So when, for example, when we do this town hall, we'll put that guest there, and then we are going to put an audience there. Ask them the questions that you're asking us, and then the audience now ask them those questions.
Guess,
let your leaders be accountable. Let everyone be accountable. It's hard getting them to be there, but then also if they're there, would be nice.
Actually, Simon, you are biased. Investigative journalists are biased, but the bias is towards the truth.
Yeah.
Why do you think people find you so annoying?
City, I'm annoying.
Oh,
There are people who would find you annoying.
people who pervade the truth on a regular basis are extremely annoying.
Oh, yeah.
Because you see, this is where now we differentiate between facts and truths. Okay? The facts can lead you to the truth. And sometimes the truth has no bearing on the facts. Okay? Now, when you focus on the truth, meaning you go beyond the facts.
Yes.
You even go beyond the analysis. Why it's annoying is because you are disturbing or completely dismantling beliefs that people have held for a very long time, notions that are part and parcel of their lives, perceptions that essentially are at the very foundation of how they go about their lives. And here you are, you don't seek to dismantle it, but in so pursuing the truth, that's what you end up doing.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, and it's so like it's and after every with every story we've done, I'm sure like we piss a lot of people. Like we
yes, you
piss them
do.
off. Like with this story, and then on what exactly you've said, like guys just know there's something, but they don't know what like in depth is happening. Like for example, last week we did a story on match fixing. If
by that thing, it's actually on my waiting list to watch.
Yeah.
Anyway, Maliza story.
So, if you're an avid Kenyan football watcher, like
that's why.
Yeah,
that's why I'm waiting for that. I'm gonna watch it this weekend.
Yes.
Continue.
So kumbe there's match fixing in Kenya. Na kuna hivi na even and this is how it goes and this is how it goes, and then you watch an expose on Sha, and then you see the designers or the creators of the means testing AI model knew, and they told the guys implementing it, and then they told them this thing is actually going to overcharge the poorest of Kenyans, and then it is going to undercharge the richest of Kenyans. And then they said, you know what, let's just implement it. So when you watch that, these are the things like you kind of had an idea of this thing might or might not work, but then you watch a documentary and then you're like, now I've gotten like the in-depth of what exactly, and then you get to see like the FOIA reports and all of this, like whatever John Allen was saying. They had gazetted a formula on there, but I saw the struggles that the journalists went through to get that information. They had to write to the ombudsman, they had to go where, and it was months and months of tiresome works. Yeah, but then like when you present all of those things now, okay, it happens like this. Yeah.
I want to read a comment here by Kip Korir. Amesema, good morning, gents. I find Africa Uncensored reporting really eye-opening. I particularly enjoy Justin's take on issues onwards and upwards. There was another comment here in it after like imepotea. It was basically this person was asking the challenges that you meet when you're doing investigations in regards maybe to threats to your life, people offering you bribes so that you can a story and so on. Let's start with the threats to life. Do you encounter that?
Well, yes, I've encountered that before.
Yeah.
So have members of our team, unfortunately, and actually recently, and it's good that you've asked that question, because this is something that a lot of us are now starting to deal with on a regular basis, and I'm not just talking about Africa Uncensored. I'm talking about the journalistic fraternity in total, right? There's an increasing acculturation towards violence, towards threats, towards suppression of media that's taking place in this country that's very unhealthy and very worrying. So yes, I face threats. I face them, in my past. I face them whenever we do certain things. The threats take different shapes and sizes. The most recent one that we encountered was, somebody telling us that he had been hired by a certain individual from a foreign country to investigate our organization, try and plant, fake stories out there and essentially lay the ground for people to now start to attack us.
Discredit you, basically.
To discredit us with a view to getting people to then now attack us. So these threats exist and they're there on a daily basis. It doesn't mean that the work that we do isn't, joyful or isn't without its positives, but that's one of the negative parts of it. But I think it's important for us to appreciate that while Africa Uncensored is and does a lot of important work, the people who face the most threats, especially in this country, are usually down in the counties. So the journalists who are really close to the ground, the ones who are closer to power than I am here,
yes,
those guys get into a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Now, on the other issue of, has anyone ever offered you $1 million? Wakakwambia, take this and leave the country?
Well, why are you limiting it to just 1 million?
How much do you think we should offer him?
No, why don't we ask him? How much have you been offered? So that he tells us.
And so you're offered this money, they tell you, Kanyage story, or there's another alternative that isn't really palatable?
Well, so there have been offers in the past, so let me categorize them. There have been offers, straight offers, to kill a story that have come from people that we've investigated, people in government, right? Those were mostly the KTN days. There I received quite a number of them. In Africa Uncensored, there was one that we received in 2019, going into COVID, I want to say, where a certain journalist or former journalist, someone who I knew from one of these newsrooms, comes and asks me, so you're investigating Company X, kuja tukula lunch. So I'm like, okay, sawa, let's go.
I mean, it's lunch.
It's lunch, sindio? Si wacha nikusikize.
Hamburger ikwangi mbaya.
Na ni mimi nanunua, so I took him to a place that I know, right? So we sit down and he tells me, businessman X is very concerned about the questions that you're asking. So he's told me, just write on this, and like a movie, write on this envelope, just write the number that you want.
Anything.
You just write. I won't even look. You write, nitaifungua wakati nampea. So there's been that. There's also been
okay, Alan, what did you write?
Kalamu ikaishiwa na wino. There's been other instances where I think this happened once though. I mean, I was approached by people who are part of the propaganda machine in government to be part of the production of shows, and this was actually around the BBI time. It was related to BBI.
Okay.
That would sell BBI, right? And I mean, I told them, no, it's cool. Let me just keep doing what I'm doing. Later on, I saw other people who had taken a job, and I'm like, I don't know whether you offer the same thing I was, but more power to you. Unaendelea tu.
Mimi naweza kukupigia simu nikwambie, hiyo nilikuwa nimepewa, walinipatia 5 million, mimi nikataa. I hope hamkupata anything less. I hope mlitisha kitu kama 10 hivi.
Paul, in that world, truth is very scanty.
True.
People never tell you anything real when it comes to figures.
Exactly.
They'll either exaggerate wildly or they'll diminish it significantly. Yes, but the truth.
Mimi sitinda kupigia nikwambia, nimeona wewe ndio umefanyio ya nini wamekupatia ngapi? Mimi alikuwa amenipatia 100. Wewe ulichukua 90 ya budo umeoshwa. Hapo umejisell short. What about you? Have you ever faced threats on the ground as you're carrying out your biz?
Not directly. It's kind of when you get to you go into a room with 150 people, and then you're talking about something that guys don't want you to talk about, and then you're informing people, and then you're actually opening their eyes. Umewapelekea huko kwa ground. We have actually gone an extra mile of translating this thing into Swahili. Ndio muelewe vizuri. So I wouldn't say that I've faced direct threats, but I know and I can feel like there's some 2-3 people here.
There's some hostility.
No, there's some 2-3 people here that I see. I Yeah, but directly, no.
No. Okay. John, there's how do you handle bias, and not bias towards the truth, but just bias, because you can find yourself investigating maybe a friend of yours, a relative, or someone you have known, and you're like, hey, sasa how do I investigate Mbuvi yani na msini memjua kutoka. Have you ever encountered such a situation and you're like, you know what, let me recuse myself from this story, wacha niachie Saimo a run nice story? Have you ever found yourself in that place?
I have, to this extent. There'll be times when members of my team are doing an investigation. I get a random call from someone I haven't spoken to in a while, but he's my friend. He's like, hey, are your guys doing this, that, and the other? I'll say, let me check. Then they'll tell me, yeah, I reached out to this person, etc., etc. Okay. Then I'll call them back and say, yeah, what's the concern? And they say, pana now they're not getting the facts straight. I'm like, okay. Just answer their questions. Just be honest, and everything should be okay.
Yeah.
In those instances, it went well. I'd say the ones that have been more, I think what I try and do is like scenario build. Like, should there be a person where like we have a very close relationship that we need to investigate? What would I do? And the answer that I come up with most of the time is that I'll either recuse myself, or if the person is doing the things that I've discovered, then maybe this person wasn't a friend to begin with, if they can do that sort of thing. There was one instance in the past where a very important source of ours, this was when we were working with Moha, turned out to be like very, very central to what we were investigating. And at the time it was extrajudicial executions, etc., and forced disappearances. And we had to talk about it. And that guy didn't speak to us for a while. He didn't speak to us for a long while. So you have to remember that, when you're on the job, when you're doing your job, and you found certain things, kuna wakati unaweka urafiki kando, right? There are other times when you say like, this is affecting me too much. Let me just give this to somebody else in the team and say, look, this is how it's being handled. In fact, that story that I was telling you about, where I was given the envelope, the serviette to just write, that one was being done by a member of our team.
Okay.
Right? I knew about it because I was part of the process, but I was not directly involved.
Okay.
That one was being done in that way, and I basically just told them, look, man, the person who's doing this investigation is bar none one of the most thorough investigative reporters that I know, and they're not going to come and start wekeleaing for you things that are not true. Kumbandikiza vitu unaeka roiko nini, no. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
And the story went the way it went. Yeah.
Okay.
There, you've worked for mainstream media. The thing that the media has never stopped being accused of is bias.
Yes.
That tempo has risen in recent times.
Yeah.
And you can answer this question in the most generalized way possible. Are some of those accusations true?
Are some of these accusations true? I'd say yes. Some of those accusations are true. There's been some reporting that you read past a headline or you listen past a certain point and you're like, this is shallower than I expected. And I think, to be fair to everybody, we also have to have those moments where we look at ourselves as a profession and say, was this fair? Was this just? Was this doing the right thing? But I'd say the overwhelming feeling in this country that perhaps might lead to that sense of bias is this feeling that we are at a very important moment. It's an inflection point. And there's an appreciation that we are either going to go forward or we're going to backslide very quickly. And that sense of urgency creates the kind of pressure in the newsroom to provide, to get people, sort of like motivated to look into politics, to look into the economy, and that sort of thing. And I think there have been some headlines that are a bit overzealous. Some headlines that have kunaka hyperbole inside there, right? But by and large, I'd say that the bias issue is more towards gearing Kenyans towards this moment that we have to transition past, and that is a reflection of how people feel in society. And again, I mean, not to point to the importance of Simon's role. That's what you get when you listen to what the public is talking about, right? Some people choose to be a bit, go a bit too far around the bend, right? So some guys, they choose to go too far around the bend. But I know what the motivation is, and I think that's how I'd answer it. Yeah.
Gentlemen, we've come to the end of the show, but I'll still like some 3 minutes.
Yes.
You tell us about this. This is After Office Hours with John Allan Namu.
Yes.
It's taking place on Thursday next week, right? 6th August from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. at the Nairobi Garage. Maybe you can tell us what is this about?
I'll tell you a little bit about what I was invited. Na nikainvitiwa na Simon hapa. Yes, so Simon is the curator of this event together with the people from Nairobi Garage. But what I intend to go and speak about is my experience as a journalist leaving the mainstream, figuring out how to set up an investigative media organization, turn it into a company, together with a team, keeping it running for 10 years, and hopefully being a pointer to what other people can do in the industry. But Simon, jualiniaka me just saw a poster in the WhatsApp group.
All right.
Akaniambia tunaenda huko.
Is this your event, or you're partnering with other folks?
We are partnering with the guys from Nairobi Garage, so that's one of the things that we do in community. It's partnerships and collaboration with other people. So they usually have a monthly after office hours. So we are partnering with them for this one, and we're doing after office hours with John Allan Namu. So we're celebrating 10 years this year. So that takes shape and form of a lot of things.
Okay.
In the trainings that we do, when you hear of impact, it's not all of the things that I've talked about. It's also like the training of other journalists, it's the campus tours, and it's all of these things. So these are the things we intend to talk about, the journey of 10 years.
Yes.
How to build a newsroom, how to sustain an investigative house. Essentially speaking truth to power, and how that journey has been for 10 years, and how that has changed Kenya's landscape and East Africa and Africa's landscape.
Let me ask this thing politely. Have we been invited?
Yes, and there will be cocktails as well.
Link Iko. Just go register. It's free to register. So just go register. But I know there were a few tickets left as at yesterday. So if there's anybody out there who wants to just, I think the poster is out on our socials. Just go follow the link. You should be able to get yourself a slot, and come and let's talk. Let's see one another.
Okay.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Is this something that happens regularly? This is one of a kind event.
No, this particular framing and form is one, but we do events on a regular basis.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's one of the ways of interacting and bringing the newsroom to now the community. Now the audience gets to meet the producers, and so because they hear of this name Africa Uncensored, and then it's a way of connecting. And this is where like you get story leads, you get to hear of all of these things that follow up later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys for making time to come and talk to us.
Thank you.
How do we get in touch? I'm sure on social media you guys are definitely there. I know how to get in touch, but kuna mtu anasikiza mwenye angependa.
So you can follow us on all of our socials. On Twitter, we're at AF Uncensored, Africa Uncensored on LinkedIn, Africa Uncensored on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook. We also have info at Africa Uncensored if you want to drop us a line. If you want to get in our DMs and share certain kinds of information, there's that. We also have our sister organization, Piga Firimbi, which is now our fact-checking wing. If you want something fact-checked, please just reach out at Piga Firimbi. But AfricanCensor.online is where you find us online as well. And our social. Simon, your social?
I just say the Africa Uncensored socials, and then also join the community. There's a link to join the community in every social media page. So that's how you get to interact with us. That's how we build that.
You don't want us to follow you, Simon?
Okay, you can. But
you don't have at Simon
I
something?
I have Twitter at Simon Wigai. I have Instagram _Wigai.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm not on Facebook. I think that's for old people.
Yeah.
Where? Guy. Ameniangalia. Like, City hasn't even looked at you. He's looked at me.
I heard him very clearly. That's why I decided to keep quiet.
There's someone who almost gave a memo yesterday. Kaniambia we mzae wewe. In the newsroom. Hey, wako ofisi bana, we mzae. Like, hey, when did I become a mzae?
John, yako ya social media ama umeshajaza watu kutaki watu?
Hapana, no. At John Allen Namu on X. Although X is like, it's got strange energy.
I know.
Like it's weird. Like I don't post as much on X anymore. But yeah, I'm there at John Allen Namu on X, Instagram. Just look for me at John Allen Namu. Yes, I am on Facebook, but I'm not active on Facebook. I'm not very active on Facebook, but our socials on African Censored. I'm also on TikTok on @JAN.
All right.
Yeah.
Sawa. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Folks, don't go too far, because next we're hosting MP Kipipiri constituency. We want to talk about mountain politics and the voting blocks as far as 2027 is concerned. We'll be right back, but here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A new UNAIDS report says Kenya is among 7 countries closest to bringing the HIV endemic under control. The report shows Kenya has reduced new HIV infections by nearly 80% since 2010 and has met the global targets for HIV testing, treatment, and viral suppression. UNAIDS says the progress proves that ending HIV as a public health threat by 2030 is possible if current efforts continue. Manyata Member of Parliament John Mukunji is calling for Parliament and the public to be involved in the rollout of road surveillance cameras. Speaking in Parliament, Mukunji said he supports the use of cameras to improve road safety, but wants that the process of buying and installing them to be open and transparent. He also warned that if the system is poorly implemented, the cameras could become a trap for motorists instead of helping to reduce accidents.
I also rise to agree with the sentiment shared by my colleagues. Honourable Speaker, I'm an often user of Thika Road, and that is where these cameras have been concentrated. And Honourable Speaker, I believe the whole process of establishing these cameras must be a process that involves this House and involves the public keenly. Because, Honourable Speaker, one day while I was coming from up country, around 8 p.m., I found cars slowing down seriously below 50 kilometers per hour.
Meanwhile, Dagoretti South Member of Parliament John Kiare is calling on the National Assembly Transport Committee to review the rollout of road surveillance cameras. Kiare says speed limit zones should be clearly marked to help motorists comply with traffic rules. He also wants traffic fines to be issued to the driver who committed the offense rather than the registered owner of the vehicle.
If you travel on the roads in Kenya today, you are never able to tell where the speed limit zones are. There is never a sign that shows you that the 110 speed limit starts here and this is where it ends. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, there is technology available that can be utilized by NTSA to ensure that when a charge is made, it is not occasioned on the owner of the vehicle, it is actually a charge that is put on the driver who was driving at the moment when the offense was done.
The Control of Budget has warned that Kenya's growing public debt is putting pressure on government spending. Appearing before a National Assembly committee, Margaret Nyakango said the government is relying more on borrowing to finance its budget, leaving less money for development projects. She said the country's public debt has risen to 12.8 trillion Kenya shillings and warned that this could affect the implementation of government programs. She says strict adherence to existing laws and regulations is key to curbing overspending in government.
If there's no revenue being collected to the county, it impacts the whole government. Because if the county doesn't have money, they will be depending on the national government for their spending. And in the process, there'll be many people who won't be paid for what they did for the county. I mean, I can take all day to explain the mechanics of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. But I think I want to leave it at that.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kenya's Ferdinand Omanyala has missed out on the men's 100 meters final at the Commonwealth Games after finishing 6th in his semi-final. The Kenyan champion clocked 10.91 seconds, falling behind in the final part of the race. Nigeria's Kayinsola Ajayi won the semi-final in 9.94 seconds, while welter's Jeremiah Azu also qualified for the final with a time of 10 seconds. Roberto Mancini has been appointed Italy's national football team coach for a second time. His appointment comes a day after Andrea Pirlo withdrew from the race for the job, while Italy's technical director Paolo Maldini also stepped down. Italy had been without a coach since Gennaro Gattuso left in April after the team failed to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The Italian Football Federation says Mancini was the best candidate to lead the national team. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 13 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is it's the third hour. And it's a very exciting one because we get to talk about something that I've been wanting to talk about for a very long time and ask questions specifically on the mountain. And with us is the Honorable Member for Kipipiri Constituency, that is Mheshimiwa Wanjiku Muhea. Mhesh, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante sana.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
I like this green. It looks good on you.
That's lime, brother.
It's lime, eh? See, but it's green.
It's also called luminous.
Siti anajaribu kuingiza lime hapa hivi na yeye mwenyewe anavaa miwani.
It is lime. I mean, call it green if you want.
Yes.
Like, this is green.
Okay.
But I'm sure there are those who understand color who will tell me, well, it is actually whatever, garnet or something. But that is lime.
Ati garnet.
Yes.
But the bottom line is beautiful.
Yes. Mheshimiwa, welcome to Radio Generation. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Siti yako na methali ambaye atakusomea and you'll tell us.
Alafu ananiambia nitafsiri.
Utafsiri kwa maoni yako.
Unaona kwa hiyo mtihani amepita mitihani tayari.
Anakujua Siti.
Unless ni methali ya Kipipiri.
Actually, ukitaka kuilinganisha na Kipipiri, why not?
Okay.
Over to you, Siti.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the land of Pharaohs, Egypt. He who eats alone chokes on his food.
is a perfect one. But I don't want to linganisha with someone. But of course, it basically means if you are eating alone, ukipata shida uko peke yako. If you are sharing, if a problem is there, the community will come to help. But politically speaking, nowadays, kama mtoto ni wetu akichoku, bado tunasaidia tu.
Ni kweli.
Hata kama alikuwa anakula peke yake.
All right, you see? Si ametafsiri.
Vizuri sana. Vizuri sana.
Kabisa. Mheshimiwa, acha tuingie katika our conversation for today, and I'll start with that issue with Ol Kalou by election. Congratulations to DCP and congratulations to the people of Ol Kalou. They made their choice, but the process had a lot of questions, especially the campaign period, what the government is alleged to have done, taking things there. Then there is the issue with IEBC fining you 1.5 million. Hapo tuko wapi, by the way?
Kwanza, let me congratulate the the brand new member of parliament in town, Honorable Sami Kamau, because yesterday, as you saw in the National Assembly, I think there was an effort to deny the DCP members a chance to congratulate him. Of course, because maybe they thought all manner of visible things that we so could have played on the gallery. But that notwithstanding, I congratulate the member, I congratulate the people of Ol Kalou, and I dare say that this was Kipipiri Season 2. And I thank them for maintaining Kipipiri of 1995 history, and this time in a historic manner. Because then, though you were young, at least only the 500 bob, I think, which was distributed largely in electrical poles, which later on they were taken back to Nairobi when the community didn't vote for Moi's candidate. This time it was electrical poles, it was mattresses, it was blankets, and Ol Kalou people have put the political manipulation and money to another level. They have clearly shown the country that you can sleep on a government mattress, cover yourself with a government blanket,
cook with a government gas,
cook with a government gas in the morning, walk with government shoes, switch on the government electricity,
take a boat across with the government
resources. And travel from Nairobi by a government train and go and vote against it. As we are farmers, we have also learned that you can plant government avocados early in the morning and go and vote against it. The bar has been set so high, and I think the government have also learned its fair share of lessons that politics of money and manipulation are not having a chance in this country.
Very true.
Again, the politics of guns and goons do not stand a chance again, because you saw even women and young men wanapiga kura na wanalinda kura. So I think for the people of Ol Kalou, we are very happy. My senator was the main pilot, I was the co-pilot, and I think we landed in the National Assembly safely, without turbulence. Of course, turbulence was there. The government was bribing in broad daylight. You could see it. You could see a cabinet minister put a poster that I'm going to give the title deeds, and she put the photo of the candidate, the UDA candidate. On the road, we could meet with hundreds of vehicles. I think I was always posting these ones because they were so exciting. When you walk along the road and you find a woman carrying the gas, na mama anakwambia na mimi ni one time, na amebeba gas. They are now called sharp girls from Ol Kalou.
Sharp girls indeed.
They sing tunasonga na moshina, tunasonga. They go and cook and vote against him. In matters of IBC, the 1.5 million I didn't pay, though the community did contribute. I think nowadays there is that feeling of the community owning the process. They felt that Wanjiko said exactly what you are saying. As our spokesperson, we are also against anyone coming to Ol Kalou to vote. Yet you are not a registered member in Ol Kalou. So
is this a reality though? Do we have these kinds of things happening?
Actually, it was said by Moses Kuria just within Ol Kalou town, and I think that was his last meeting in Ol Kalou. Because let me tell you, city, we drove this UDA team out of town. They never held another meeting. After delivering the train, Moses Kuria proclaiming that on the 16th of July, I'll bring 16 people here in Orkalau. But of course, he tactfully said to buy potatoes. So I was basically responding to him that don't come with your ATM here. Because actually our women do not even have POS machines. So we sell by cash or M-Pesa.
Okay.
And also don't bring the 200 people here. We didn't vote in Bere. We didn't vote in Muruadikir. I have a farm in Orkalau, but I don't vote in Orkalau.
Yes.
I will also not be voting in Orkalau. So why would you think that you would bring people to vote in Orkalau? But of course, maybe they were selling fear, but we needed to pronounce ourselves very clearly that only Orkalau people will vote in Orkalau. So the IBC didn't give me the chance at least to listen to me, because the video was 6 minutes and they took that seconds, which in politics we call it sideshows. Because if you say Zayuni is killing, which dictionary? I'm sure you're learned. City is here. Which dictionary? Sayuni labda ni hoteli hapo Orkalau. So now that they didn't give me a chance, the High Court said we used the other. But the people had already contributed and we used the money to pay our agents. By the way, UDA was thinking that we will not even have money to pay our agents well. We paid our agents so well. I think possibly than them. You are paying one agent 8,000 Kenya shillings. Yes. Walikula vizuri, but it was still their money. Walikuwa wamenichangia. So you are just returning back to them. But basically that election has taught the government, it has taught Kenyans, and especially in matters of rigging. And we were happy that we lost in Imbere, though it wasn't really 100%. It wasn't really our election, because the seat had gone to DP. But we took very serious lessons from Mbere, especially myself, because I was also coordinating from back office.
Mhesh, acha nikuulize tu on that issue of Mbere, because we spoke with the former AG and the leader of DP, that is Justin Muturi, and he told us that he had received information that perhaps people who were not Mberians, if I may call them, and specifically people of Mbere North, were ferried perhaps from other counties or other places, and they voted in Mbere. I don't know if you've heard of such allegations and if you can actually speak to them.
Those allegations were there, and this is what Moses Kuria and the team were trying to introduce in Orkalau. Lakini tukaambia raudi hii tuko rada, tuko macho, don't dare. And we spoke loudly and clearly that usikuje kupiga kura Orkalau kama wewe si wa Orkalau. In fact, I still salute the goons who are 5 or so, because at least they still attempted to come and do some movies there. Otherwise, we had spoken loud and clear that wewe kama si mpiga kura Orkalau, wewe si observer, you are not a clerk, you are not an IBC official, you are not a policeman assigned to polling center A or B. What business do you have in Orkalau? But you still saw some goons shooting like movies all over. And this is the culture that is making William Ruto to lose massively, because the people clearly feel like, why do you want even to kill us when you are just exercising our constitutional rights? You know, we even lost 2 men. But I can tell you those goons were daring enough to come to Orkalau. And I know if they could come here, they have a story to give.
Mheshimiwa, 2 lives were lost in Orkalau?
Yes, 2 young men.
Over what exactly?
Where one was shot. You know, by midday, it's like we had already concluded the election, because people woke up at 3 a.m. The first firibi zilipigwa at 3. Personally, I had not slept. So watu wakaanza kuamshana 3, by the second firibi 4, and the last one by 5. So everyone was on queue by 6 a.m. By 11, some polling centers were already done. And I think, you cannot miss to feel if you are taking the seat or otherwise, because somehow the voter will also make some speeches or some... The voters will always, they are clever. They always give some indication. And you will not miss to know how the election is going, even as early as 8 a.m. So I think they were attempting to attack some polling stations in preparation of the evening attacks. And as we were continuing with the process, we had Mumbi primary has been attacked by 5 goons. They have shot one young man, that is Kaibaga Ward, and he has died instantly. Another team went and attacked another polling station called Monyeki polling station, and we could see videos. We had digital team which was doing very well in terms of mobilization and even taking video and informing us. Then shortly they went to AC Primary. This is where you saw the real movie.
Yeah, that one was even live.
And that's a polling center which has 4,500 votes. It's one of the biggest in town.
Yeah.
So they were attacking a polling station after another, I think to scare the voters. But I think it was too late. But then the voters thought, okay, you continue coming. Where I was in charge, Mirangini ward, they also attacked a place called Nyandudo.
Yes.
This is the polling center which has become very popular now, because an old woman said to the goon in Kikuyu, if you're circumcised, dare shoot. And she went on her business like there was no gun. And that is where you see the guy shooting, and the women are still moving like there is nothing. So that's why we decided to close all our polling stations at 3 exactly and barricade the roads by stones, by trees, so that if they attempt to come, they also struggle. And that's how we were able to stop them.
Okay.
So in that process, they went to Ruri and found a young man who was a truck driver. He was coming from Uganda. He left his truck at Gilgil. He came to vote. In fact, he gave some people some money to allow him skip the queue.
The queue, yes.
So that he pick his truck and go back to Arusha.
Okay.
This young man, of course, was not aware because he was traveling and driving of what is happening. And as he was walking away, he just found them at the gate.
Okay.
They beat him. In fact, someone called him to find out if he's okay.
Yes.
And that voice was recorded. It was very unfortunate if you followed the funeral, because the area MP did play that. In my view, I think I wouldn't have encouraged that we play it because of the young children who hear their dad crying, and it is the very last minute. And I can tell you, those who seem to have been supporters of that Goonism culture may never have a political chance in Nyandarua or even in this country.
Meaning they are known.
They are known.
You know, Mesh, kuna kitu imekuwa ikisema over and over even by the CS for Interior.
Yeah.
That the goons are known, and they won't allow the goons to continue this business and so on and so forth. Are these goons known either by the government or by the opposition?
Of course they are known, and they are known by the government, because if the goons belong to the opposition, where did they get the guns? Where do they get the cans, the tear gas,
yes.
cans? Wanatoa wapi baka pingu, because you could see them baka na pingu. If indeed they are policemen, why cover their face? And actually, each polling station was stationed 2 or 3 policemen, and they were in uniform, and we could see them. By then, they were supportive. They were not as bad as maybe the public thinks, only that at times they also felt helpless.
Yes.
And that's how you could see this is a parallel force, which is well coordinated by the government itself. We feel very sad and very disappointed by Murkomen and this regime, because in my view, Murkomen ought to have resigned or sacked, na hata yeye pia apelekwe jela.
Okay.
Reason, why do you keep on saying we know the goons and you are not arresting them?
Okay.
We are always asking, is he a media person like you and you, so that he keep on advertising this or communicating this? He should take action, take the goons, and we see them inside.
Okay.
But if you look at the complaints that we have ever made in Wetima Church, if you were watching in Kariobangi, I was personally there in front. We have been beaten in all these churches, and nothing has ever happened. You can clearly see this is a team well coordinated by the government just to suppress the voice of the opposition. But the much they do it, the louder we become.
On the issue of CS Duale, there are some things that he said, but now he spoke in his language, and we all don't speak that language, but translations have been made. What do you make of that utterance?
Last night I saw the top 10 list where I was also.
Yes, by NCIC.
NCIC. But this is a second thought, because the same NCIC said they analyzed my video and they didn't find anything wrong with it. In fact, what I had said is what IBC ought to have said before me. But someone may has translated from that meeting who belonged to Duale's community, but he has not denied. In fact, he has said, I cannot even apologize, and I cannot even go to NCIC unless you take Kirigiji. So by him not denying, he has confirmed what is translated is the truth. And I would say it is unfortunate to put one community in one basket. Even if you have some difference with me, you can always attack me as Wanjiku. But don't put my community and say these are hyenas. But, and to Duale and the team, let me tell you, the Kikuyu community have been called names in the recent past until any name calling is only made fun and keep us stronger together and we keep on moving. If today you go online, hata nyumbani watu wameanza kusalimiana, we mwega hiti.
Ati we mwega ke?
Hiti.
Hiti is now the fisi.
Hiti ko hana atia. Hiti neto thie thoko. Let's go to the market fisi. So sisi kama team mafisi, we feel now that as team mafisi,
you have come together.
We'll come together and we will eat someone. And we shall swallow someone. And Duale should know that he's a cabinet secretary, courtesy of the hyenas votes. Because he gave William Ruto majority of the votes, even than his own region. And Duale, even when I served with him in 11th Parliament, when he was a majority leader in 12th Parliament, he has never been voted in as an MP with more than 10,000 votes. 10,000 votes are not even a minimum of one of my vote. Maybe one of my smallest vote called Gethioro has about 13,000 votes. So my own MCA is always elected to the county assembly with more votes than Duale. He should respect people. I mean,
how many votes did you get in 2022?
I got 15,000, but we were 13 candidates.
Okay.
Remember, I was facing Kimunya. Amos Kimunya was the majority leader then.
Yes.
So he had served for 3 terms.
Okay.
The immediate former member also. So we had heavyweights, 13 members. So even if I got 15,000,
yes,
and
you were the top dog.
I was the top because the follower was having 8,000, Kimunya was having 7,000, another one was having 4,000.
Yes.
So at least there were different numbers which can cumulatively go to 55.
Okay.
But for Duale, I think he has been alone in that contest because their culture has that idea of clanism and all that.
Okay.
And he came to parliament with 9,000 votes. And the same hyena, the lead hyena, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, give him a job of majority leader. You have constituencies like Roiro, some constituencies like Thika Town, some constituencies which have more than 100,000 votes. And he's a fellow who should appreciate the hyenas community. But I think that notwithstanding, we are more united.
Okay.
And we are not ashamed to be called who we are. We are from the mountain, and unless that mountain is changed the name, we are proudly so.
Right.
Some years back, we used to feel like we should take a back seat, but I think this generation, and our generation, and the generation which is even younger than myself, the Gen Z and others, I think people feel we are Kenyans, and we belong to Kenya, whether you're coming from Kitale, Kisumu, the mountain, and no one should really try to belittle you because of where you come from.
Right now, DCP seems to be very vocal, especially in the Kikuyu side of the mountain.
Yeah.
There have been questions about whether indeed Rigathi Gachagua commands the entire Kikuyu community, and of course now by extension the eastern side of the mountain. Maybe you can help us understand. Does Gachagua speak for the entire Kikuyu community, and what would you say his sway is in the eastern side of the mountain?
First, let me do a point of correction.
Yes.
DCP is not only a Kikuyu party.
That's why I mentioned Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes, but remember we have an MCA from Kakamega County. I think it's called Kisa East.
Okay.
We have a county assembly member from Narok, which, Narok is a largely pastoralist county.
Yes.
We have an MCA here in Nairobi. Nairobi is cosmopolitan.
Very true.
In Kariobangi. And going by that and knowing an MCA is the very ground member in terms of political arena.
Yes.
I think that speaks volume that DCP is largely accepted.
Okay.
Recently, we had our governor candidate in Mombasa, but we donated him to Wiper because, as United Opposition, we are working closely and trying to balance issues here and there.
True.
And Jicho Pevu was largely in DCP. Even though he's going to run on a Wiper ticket, we still support him. So if you have seen our rallies in Mombasa, you see people come out in large numbers. Even in Emurua Dikir, we got 30%. This is largely a Rift Valley constituency where you may not even term it as Narok. At least Narok town has quite a number of Kikuyus. But Emurua Dikir, I think we have very, very few people, or maybe very insignificant percentage in terms of Kikuyu. So if you can garner 10,000 votes with all the humiliation that you have seen this government put during election process, that speaks volumes that DCP is a national party.
All right.
Now, coming to if Rigiji speaks to, for the mountain, I think that is the wall is just shouting, not only in writing, because what you saw in Olkalau is a clear indication. If you followed the politics of Olkalau, the UDA team kept on saying, this election is not about William Ruto. The candidate is this person, and it should be between Kamau and this. But we told our people, no, this election is about William Ruto, and it already is about William Ruto, and the community is about William Ruto and Rigiji. And him getting 13%, I think that clearly speaks that Rigiji is in charge of the mountain. And I can tell you, just mark this day, some of these MPs who impeached Rigiji, some of these MPs who have continued to act as traitors, a name they really do not want to hear, but we call them so because we believe they are traitors. Because if someone is coming to accuse your brother, to kill your brother, to harm your brother, and you're dining with that person, who are you?
They didn't
They
kill.
will not come back.
What they did, they accused for sure. You and I, they did.
Not one person. We look holistically. Like the killing of Gen Zs. This is cutting across in the whole country.
Right.
So if you are dining with someone who is saying, shoot the leg, do this. If you are dining with someone who only tangible activities for the last 4 years are mess, let's say something like SHA, which you and me know that when you go to a hospital, you need to pay for a whole year. Why do you have to pay for a whole year? And maybe even the medication you are seeking is going to cost 500 bob or 1,000.
Actually, Mheshimiwa, that is not entirely true. SHA allows for people to pay in installments.
Yes.
So
but unalipa pole pole if you have registered.
Yes.
I had my dad here at Coptic, where you are very near. And if you are paying pole pole, like monthly, that is the time now you'll be treated. But if you go today from the village, because this I have paid for very many people from my constituency and even outside, and you've not registered for SHA. For example, in Nyandarua, we have a North Kinangop Mission Hospital. We call it Ngodi. We are paying a whole year. We register you, we pay for you a whole year, then you proceed with the medication. But that said, or not said, the issue of SHA has been an issue because most of the missionary churches, which own many hospitals, they are the ones complaining much because we budget. The Ministry of Health has this chunk of budget, but they are not paid. What services are we getting if you are not paying the service provider?
Mwesh, still sticking to the issue of Rigiji, what I have heard, because I've had conversations with several other MPs, specifically those ones that impeached him, what they say is that Rigiji has got dictatorial tendencies. You cannot do this without consulting him. You cannot say this without consulting him. You cannot go to a specific place without, his go ahead. And they came off. What they said is that he was very difficult to deal with, especially when he was in government. So whether they were bribed or not, or given money to vote for or against That one, they were going to do it free of charge. That is from what I have heard.
Paul, may I say something?
Yes, please.
It's rather convenient for them to say that because it falls in line with a certain Kenyan attitude that we seem to have. You make a decision and then you look for reasons to explain why you made that decision. Or you seek to find logic to explain it.
Yes.
If Rigiji indeed was what they say he was, why didn't they say it earlier? When there's a time when perhaps they're being put to the task and said, you come from this region and you participated in impeaching this person. And then now all of a sudden, this was a horribly terrible man and we have to get rid of him. Why didn't we hear of this earlier?
Actually, what I want to understand from the Member of Parliament is this something that you have seen, you have heard also?
Honestly speaking, this morning I'm here. I'm sure Gigi is not aware I'm here. Unless maybe he has seen on my page.
Yes.
So you basically don't have to tell him that you are here or there. But what happened to these people, they miscalculated.
Okay.
And they are
these MPs now?
Yes, they did a miscalculation and they thought when they remove Rigiji, he'll be forgotten in 2 weeks, like it has been said many times. And now it has turned to be a real mountain which is never going to end, or a mountain that is self-driven now. So they have to look for excuses, as he has said. But I remember when we got in office, we were all very new. Some of the members were mono, because when we joined parliament for the first time, we call ourselves mono. I remember particularly in Kipipiri, there is a time we had a rain, which the media people in media print call it, what is it? It's not thunderstorm. I think, what do you call it? That rain which which breaks trees and... Is it a hailstone or what?
No.
A hurricane?
A hurricane?
Not hurricane.
Not typhoon?
Yes.
A tsunami?
No.
Tsunami
ni ocean. But you know, nowadays we have a dam, we have speedboats also.
You will have a tsunami.
But either way, there was that rain which did mass destruction.
El Nino?
Not El Nino.
Okay.
It was just like few. It comes actually around September or October, like after 5 years. Because in fact, we are asking the meteorological department to do a research. Because this was the third time it was happening in Nyandarua. And it will take 5 years cycle.
Nyandarua was the same place where we had hailstones and we even had
It's hailstone actually. It's hailstone. You got it right. That's how I saw the media people term it. Yeah, so there is always that cycle after 5 years. Around October it comes 2-3 hours. It does massive destruction. Then after 5 years it will be again.
You know, every time such a phenomenon occurs, climate change is blamed. You are told it is climate change, forgetting that Nyandarua is actually cold to begin with.
Yeah.
Okay, if you know where it's positioned, it is cold.
Next to Abadeas.
Yeah, it's literally. And a mountain range is high up. But it is that same phenomenon that the opposite is seen in Europe with what we call heat waves. During summer, instead of just being warm, it gets hot to the point where you find the tarmac is melting in some places. Yes. Again, they say it is climate change. Yes.
But the point is, during this time, it was a very difficult time for people in Kipipiri, because they lost their sheep, they lost their cattle, their houses were destroyed.
They lost produce in the field.
Yeah, it was massive loss. And we saw Rigiji mobilize business people, his own friends, because he was not also very well settled in the office. And he was able to bring so much help. And the people of Nyandarua felt like this was just very timely. So for a member from Nyandarua County who witnessed that, because when he brought this support, they were also there, to go few months after, or exactly 1 year after, and claim this is a very bad person, he cannot help, he cannot listen, yet you are with him when Nyandarua was in need, and he came to rescue your people. That's pure hypocrisy. But in my view, and I think William Ruto also messed not to have listened to many friends. There are some people from our region who wanted to maintain power, the so-called power. And they felt like Rigiji is aggressive and he would shadow them. So even if, so to speak, like Kimani Ichung'wah, you said in the introduction that maoni ya hapa ni yangu, si ya radio generation. So maoni yangu, Kimani Ichung'wah wanted to have power. And he saw like Rigiji was more powerful. So he wanted to delete that there remain one-man show.
Okay.
William Ruto missed to see this personal interest. And these personal interests are always happening in politics.
Yes, they
in
do.
fact, another reason why William Ruto has lost so terribly in Olkalao, because even the choice of a candidate was also driven by someone who is looking for a gubernatorial seat, and she also wanted that candidate because other candidates who are fairly popular could have brought some competition.
Yes.
So this
So
team,
she was eliminating competition.
yeah, exactly, for her personal interest. And William Ruto fell to that trap again. So in parliament, because now when you had Rigiji and majority leader,
Yes.
of course Rigiji being a deputy president, he's doing rallies and maybe weekend meetings with the members, he would have carried the day. So in my view, I always see Kimani Ichung'wah took it upon himself to assist William Ruto to remove this man whom they called troublesome, so that he can remain alone in the show.
So you're saying that there's a narrative that is being driven around.
Exactly.
Okay.
So it was driven, and people are told this is not a good man. He will not pick your call. If you go to his office, he'll do A, B, C, D. Remember,
Hence the term dictator came about.
Yeah. So it was just a convenient term, if I was to speak.
Mheshimiwa, I want to ask you a question. You're a third-term MP.
Yes.
Okay.
But one term in Yala. You remember I lost in 2017.
Yes.
But it's a parliament after all.
And you were in the same party.
Yes.
Until now. Well, actually, you're still in the same party. Why the defection?
The mass defection. Because
No, I'm asking you.
Myself.
Yes, you.
First.
Because those other people may have their reasons. They may be similar to yours.
Yeah.
But those people did not elect you.
Yes.
Neither did they give you the position you have.
Yes.
By the time you're even a second-term MP, it means your people like you.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
There's no question about it.
Yes.
Now, I'm asking you, why the defection?
But is there anyone who is in this government, unless you are in this government for your own pocket convenience? Everyone has left this government.
Everyone meaning?
If you have 13% in Olkalao versus 86%, 86 is A in terms of marking scheme.
So you mean the majority of people?
So majority of people have left this government
No.
because,
Mheshimiwa,
one, the leadership of this government.
Mheshimiwa, when you say majority of people, we need to be specific.
Yes.
Are you talking about the whole country?
Yes.
Are you talking about Nyandarua?
You start from
Are you talking
known,
about the mountain?
You start from known to unknown.
Yes.
So we know known, but we don't know me. So I'm starting from known. Okay. Majority of the people, 86% is already known. That is not with this government.
Yes.
That is known. Now to unknown to me, like many other people. Of course, this government made promises. We moved in 47 counties. In Nyandarua, we gave our priorities. We said the road infrastructures. We said the 3 mega dams, Malewa Dam, Pesi Dam, and Keja Dam, to connect the whole of Nyandarua and give water to Naivasha and Gilgil. We are farmers. We asked for milk coolers. We were promised 20 milk coolers. Those were about 25, in fact, I think each in every ward. We went and even prepared the farmers. Mpaka tunaonyesha hapa Geta, a place called just next to Munada, that is where we shall put our cooler. These things we have never seen, my friend. This president and his regime promised heaven. We've never seen the sky. Never. These promises were broken. Personally, I'm on record. Every time since Murkomen was the Minister for Roads Infrastructure, I've been saying, complete for us Geta Donyojero Road. Leave others. We have accepted. You promise you can't be able to deliver. Complete this one that was started by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Complete the Mau Mau roads, which were 50% done. Complete the Shamata and Kipipiri and Olkarau road. The other day there was this popular thing that I said, Ekamagwere Aijoku. Because my MPs, you milk the one in the milk parlor.
Oh, okay.
The MPs from government side, they kept on saying we can't leave government, we have to milk the government. Now, are they milking for themselves or for the people? Because some of these roads are originating from their constituencies. Like this Geta Donyojero road is not originating from Kipipiri. It is start from Morkarau and end at Kinagop. So I kept on asking Kinangop MP, why can't the government then make this road until the border of Kipipiri and Kinangop? They chiba, they find the bacon of Kipipiri, waweke mti hapo, wawache hapo, waruke, wakuje Orokarao, wachibe, waweke bacon hapo, wafanye Orokarao. They do the same in Daragwa. Mama County wangu wanatoka mahali kunaitwa Shamata. Road is coming from Shamata to Kipipiri to a place called Kariamu. We have launched these roads with President William Ruto. Is on YouTube. Even utasikia akiniambia, mheshimiwa umesema wapi? Mr. President, give me 4 kilometers to go to Gatodo dispensary. Then he say, hiyo Gatodo. This Getadonyo Jero Road is launched 3 times. 3 by him. Na anasema contractor usitoke hapa. Once he leave, the contractor follow him.
When you say him, you mean the president?
Yes, basically the promises that he has made for my people, I cannot stand for this government. And that's why we are saying 1 term. So that even the incoming president, we know that Kenyans have become alert and informed. If you promise, deliver. Yes. Otherwise, don't promise. By the way, you know when I'm going for elective seat, people keep on pushing me. Promise this, promise water. I keep on saying no. Water is a county government function. If I find funds, like now I've done quite a number of boreholes, I think each in every ward with the CDF money, having requested the CDF board to allow me do water in a school, then it give the villagers. But I cannot go promising that because I know that's not my function.
Yeah.
So the incoming governments must promise less. In fact, we would be very happy, and I would be happy with William Ruto if he only finished the SAW projects.
Yeah.
If he has made 4 kilometers for Geta Donyojero Road, 4 kilometers, 4 years, that means 1 kilometer, 1 year.
Per year.
Sir, he ametuambia 170 kilometers inaisha next year. Lironi, Mausami. This guy need 170 years to complete that road. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Rironi, niko na feeling itaisha.
170 years.
Niko na feeling
kama hii ageta ijaisha. 170 years. Itugoje. Ishi.
Wacha tuone.
You are a promise heaven.
But let me ask you a different question, because this is something that always concerns me with individuals who are or say they are in the opposition, united or otherwise. Don't make the promise, but what are the guarantees that if this government came into power, the government of the opposition, that they would perform better and that they would do things that this government is unable to do? Yes.
You know, that's why we are saying 1 term, so that we warn the incoming government, we pre-warn. It's like you are paying something upfront. It's like we are doing upfront warning that when you come, and you deliver this and you don't deliver, you'll also be 1 term. Of course, it doesn't sound very nicely, and it is very humiliating for a president to serve 1 term, even those that have served 1 term within African continent. So we know even William Ruto will feel very humiliated to leave office having served 1 term. So every president would want to come and finish his term. So this is one guarantee that we are giving to Kenyans, that by removing this because he didn't deliver, even the incoming government has to come and style up, deliver what he promised. But to your question, I have defected from UDA, of course spiritually, because on record I'm still in UDA.
No, you haven't defected, Madam.
But MP. Spiritually I'm not there. Yes. Mentally I'm not there.
Yes.
Physically I'm not there. You can see how hard I was working in Orkarao to defeat my own party, UDA.
Yes.
Because we also want MPs who have a voice.
Okay.
You know, this issue of parliament inashikwa core. You know, we go sometimes, you attempt to speak there, you put your card, you try. Then Ishongwa is very clear in his mind that MP so-and-so cannot speak on this motion. Then when he has useless things for us to speak, he say, these MPs are only speaking in funerals. Where are they now to debate here? And you know what he wants us to debate that time? Procedural motions. That Bill A will be done within this time of procedure. You know, but when you have real issue, you want to speak against government selling the private institutions, the Safaricom. He will not. You'll have to go and find some media outside parliament. Uongee huko. That's why tunaongea kwa mazishi, because after all we are representative of the people.
Yeah.
So mwananchi akijua nimekataa Ebola center, hata kama sijakubaliwa bunge, is on record that I rejected Ebola center construction.
You know, everything that I've heard, the people who say they're in the opposition, what they've said consistently, and this is now my analysis of it, that there are people who will want to live by the rule of law, that they want to follow the constitution and they want to do right by the citizenry of Kenya by following the constitution. That is how I read it. But when I look at the Political Parties Act, Mheshimiwa, somebody who has spiritually moved away from a political party and even acts in the interest of another political party and against the interest of the party that on whose ticket they were elected, that's a person who should resign.
Like myself?
Yes.
But you know, in politics, we work upon traditions and practices. That's why in parliament we have standing orders.
Which is
but we use traditions
to the other. The traditions or the constitution?
Traditions, the constitution is there. The standing order in parliament are there. But even from the time memorial, for instance, as we use Westminster practices, even when you have a certain standing order, you still use traditions and practices. And the tradition in this country, William Ruto also did not resign. He created his UDA party while serving in Jubilee, and so I cannot resign. I work from inside and create DCP and remove William Ruto when time comes.
You've actually made my point for me very beautifully, because William Ruto went against the dictates of the constitution. He did. And now so are you. So what then, as a guarantee, do we have? Previous question, that this government will do better than William Ruto.
Now,
if the example that we are seeing is you disregarding the constitution.
Now, what is the risk? You know, when you do risk analysis, what is the risk of me serving at the UDA and criticizing it? In fact, you should clap for me. I'm oversighting my own party. I'm doing very well. In fact, you should clap for me, because there is no risk. There's some risk when you work against the constitution, but this one has zero risk. In fact, we are doing very well to oversight our own party.
Mheshimiwa, my fear is the example that this sets, because if you disregard the constitution, is amount to disregarding the law. Let me give you context. I have followed your career, and I admire personally your career. I listen to the things you say, even when we spoke here in this studio about what the IBC had said. My reaction, this is nonsense. That was my reaction on air. One, because I am aware that you actually speak for your people and they know it, and that's why they keep electing you. Because there's no election that you've been elected and opposed. You always have people who also want that same seat. But when you present yourself as somebody who wants to find reasons to disregard the constitution, it sets a terrible example. It's terrible in the sense that it is now a localized example. One may not analyze it now, but I then have trepidation, and I'm thinking, but if this government in waiting, as they call themselves, comes in,
my friend,
are they going to be doing the things we see here where court orders are ignored as though if they were suggestions?
Mentioning of court order.
Yes.
The security apparatus in this country were asked to return my security with immediate effect, and they disregarded. They didn't return my security. But the point is, we cannot ignore tradition and practices. That's a fact.
Even if it's bad.
Politically. You know, you cannot practice something which is bad. You also analyze the risk. But what is the problem in me fighting within UDA and criticizing UDA? Who else would do it better than me, who is an insider? Who knows what we promised? Because if you are the architect of the so-called the plan by UDA, who understood that plan better, when William Ruto come...
You understand it well.
Well, so when William Ruto come and he want to make 1,000 houses in Olkalau, a rural constituency, where Sifuna is saying the chicken cannot stay at 12th floor. Then the president is saying, are we building for the chicken? Of course, this is also another practical and a tradition by the people. So we are speaking of positive practices, of positive traditions. Traditions we have no risk, but I do not see anything wrong for us in UDA, criticizing UDA until that time comes. I do not see it. And I do not see it compared to major constitutional misimplementation that have happened in this government, or even regarding the court orders. For instance, the building of Ebola centers by the High Court, and the minister say, tutajenga. So analyzing in terms of reality, honestly speaking, I don't even feel ashamed. Okay. In fact, yesterday the speaker said, if I go dressed this way, he will send me away. So I have deliberately dressed this way.
Those colors are beautiful.
They are very beautiful.
Yes.
And actually, the standing order speak of color symbols. This one, haina maskio, ni nguo tu. Now the speaker want to dictate my wardrobe.
So mtu hawezi vaa rangi okay, for example najua Jubilee wanavaanga red. So mtu akienda parliament na red ni hivi.
Ati ni shida. Yani ni kinyongo tu ile uliona akisema haoni speakers, so he can't introduce them, but he can see the Senator Medho sitting on the deputy president chair. That one he can see, but to introduce them he cannot see. You know, double speak in this country. My friend, I think
yes,
this government it really need to home.
Lastly, as we end,
the program is coming to an end.
Imagine.
And several people text me that when I come here, I mention 2-3 things. Okay. I hope you give me a minute, then I'll mention.
Yes,
thank you.
You mentioned the speaker, and I just remembered that there has been this whole issue of the speaker campaigning openly for the incumbent president, that is President William Ruto, in parliament. Are you guys having the same problem? Ama hiyo tu ni sisi kwa media tunaona shida nayo?
Now that is the constitutional breach that has so much risk than asking me to resign.
Okay.
Because if he's campaigning for the government openly, he will also be swayed to think that way even in the chamber.
Actually, he should resign.
The speaker should resign before me.
Yes, he should.
Yes.
Okay.
So 2-3 things. Yes. Many people, I was hosted by Professor Manyora, and I was explaining to him about the rigging and the lessons learned in Mbere. And many people felt that I should do this. I've not gotten a chance. Now that I'm here, let me mention very quickly. Okay. We have 3 phases how election is rigged early in the morning. So I want to urge all our aspirants and the people of goodwill who want to send this government home, that phase 1 is early in the morning to check the Kim's kit kama kura inafanana na ile iko inalingana na the numbers in that stream or that polling center.
Okay.
Now it is always hanged there outside, and the person you are supporting should also be able to give you a copy. Uone this classroom has 400 votes. Na Kim's kit has this.
Okay.
Number 2, in terms of displaying the booth. The booth should be displayed in a manner that is prescribed by IBC. IBC know it. It is in their training manual, but there is always a trick. Inaenda inawekwa kakona na hapo ndio ule mtu anataka kwenda kupiga picha asionwe. So for us this time tuliambia IBC hivyo vile iko kwa manual, display that one. Then, of course, during the day, there is voting pattern. Very critical that they keep on going to the Kim's kit hourly, 45 minutes, as you are even doing every 30 minutes, taking the photo and sending to their coordinator in their call center, and analyzing the voting pattern so that you see ni wapi watu wajatokea. You can always check kama kuna watu wametembea hapo, ama goons have come there. Like some of our places, we were able to know their goons even before we saw the videos, because we could see the trend of the voting pattern. But maybe when I come again in future, I'll expound. Then that is phase 2 during the day, voting pattern. Then phase 3 is closure. Mahali maneno yote inafanyika, mahali these goons walikuwa wanataka kujaribu, lakini I call it theory, and in this case theory ya Oscar Sudi.
Yes.
Yenye it cannot work. Ati mtu atabeba ballot kwa box, ati akuja apigane, ati awekelea hiyo box, ati abebe yenye mmeweka. you know, some things become illusions. So this phase 3, I would come and expound. Maybe I would record myself, but I want the aspirants to help this nation to send this government home. Kwa kuchuga kura. Kupiga kura is not enough. Kupiga kura na kulida kura.
All right.
And thank you so much for inviting me.
No, thank you so much for honoring our invite and also for just having this conversation with us. Tutakurudisha tena. Kuna mambo mawili matatu maybe tungependa kuongelea about the larger nationwide politics.
Na hiyo maneno ya Ruko,
yes,
tunaikodem. Hata yeye pia ana hate speech. How do you come to start saying hii mlima tunatafuta kura pamoja lakini East inaonewa? Yet hiyo East ndio ina hold deputy president. What does he mean? It's purely hypocrisy.
So
we want to stay together as a mountain.
Yes.
We want to stay together as a country.
Tutakuita ndio tukuje tuongelele politics of unity as
Yes.
opposed to politics of division.
Yes.
We want to have a different narrative come 2027 and we hope you'll be part of the
And you
conversation.
can be sure that I'll do that very well.
All right.
He has said he know me. You can look back.
Yes.
It is only Orokarao politics that introduced me to the High Court. Otherwise, not even an area chief has ever summoned me. I've always stood diplomatically, very good Kenya abiding, law-abiding citizen. And you can be sure in terms of politics of unity, I'll do very well in that subject.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Salimia watu wa Kipipiru.
Naenda wa Munyoro sasa hivi. I can tell you this is the party of the moment.
Right.
We have several members who are defecting. And today tunaenda kuvalisha governor fulani kofia.
Allah.
So nampeleka. So today we also have a new entrance. Yes.
Sawa. All the best, Mahesh.
Thank you.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. At least 5 Kenyan security officers, including 4 members of the Special Operation Group and a National Police Reservist, have been killed after the vehicle hit an improvised explosive device in Mandera County. Police say the team was later attacked by suspected Al-Shabaab militants in El Ramo area of Kutulo near the Kenya-Somalia border. Several officers were also injured in the ambush. Authorities believe the IED had been planted earlier before the militants targeted the security patrol along the Alungu main supply route. The attack is among the deadliest reported in the area in recent days. African Censored co-founder John Allan Namu says investigative journalism should not end with exposing issues but should also help communities understand the finding and take action. Speaking on the Newsroom Growth, Namu said African Censored has expanded beyond human rights investigations to cover financial and AI-driven investigations while focusing on community engagement to create lasting impact. Namu was speaking today on Radio Generation.
Journalism practiced outside of or sequestered from the community doesn't really, and that's why it's important for us to do these kinds of things. We've had people now start to contribute. There's this idea here, there's this story here, there's this thing you might want to check out, or people who are at the center of a story saying, hey, I need to whistleblow about something. Am I safe with you? Is our information safe with you? So that's one very big way that people just come to us. Then we also have very robust discussions in our newsroom. Like, for instance, today is an editorial day. So we'll spend about 2 hours of our day talking through the projects that we have, but also now talking about the stories that we want to do and the quality of the work that we want to do.
The Linda Mwananchi movement has rejected claims that it is being funded by former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna said the initiative is supported through small contributions from ordinary Kenyans, not wealthy political backers. He said Kenyatta's role has only been to encourage young people to participate in leadership. Sifuna added that the movement has raised about 6.5 million Kenya shillings through grassroots fundraising.
No, he's not. I speak to him because he's the party leader of Azimio. I do speak to Uhuru. Yeah, and he's a friend to the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga. So when you run into him, you talk to him. we will avoid him. When he speaks and he does it in public, he says young people need to be encouraged to take leadership. You've heard him saying it.
U.S. President Donald Trump has helped separate talks with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The White House described the meetings as positive and productive. Zelensky discussed Ukraine's need for stronger air defense support from the U.S., while Netanyahu's talk came amid strained relations over differences on Iran policy. The two leaders were in Washington for the funeral of Senator Lindsey Graham, a support of Israel and Ukraine aid. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Hello and welcome to Radio Generation. It is now 10 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungana Mbuvi and this is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 Mombasa, alafu 89.5 in Garissa. You can find us on YouTube, Radio Generation Kenya, and that is, what is it called? Facebook as well. On X, it is at Radio Gen KE. Salamu zimfikie Evans Onyango, Mohamed Murunga, County Director Narok, Star Kenya, Jesse Rodriguez, and then we also have Mweni Msemo Kweli, Kipkoril, Ngulat, Collins Nyego. How do I say this? Wacha tu niseme tu Collins. Naweza sema nyingine ni Juma Ulimi na niitoe. Then there's Tony, Samuel Lumbasi, and all the other folks who've texted. I might not be able to read your messages right now, but I have definitely seen them. In studio, our guest has arrived. She is the Deputy Director, County Coordination at the Social Health Authority, Valentine Morogoro. Valentine, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation. This is your... Kuna mtu amekunja microphone yako. Just untwist it if you don't mind. Thank you. There you go.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you.
Karibu tena sana.
Asante sana.
Pole nimekupatia kazi yangu.
Asante. No worries. Tunafanya pamoja.
Yes. Now, Siti yako na methali atakusomea. Wewe utatuambia what you think about this proverb, and then we shall proceed from there.
Shukran.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the land of pharaohs, Egypt, otherwise known as the Arab Republic of Egypt. He who eats alone chokes on his food.
Thank you. That's a good one.
He or she who eats alone
will
choke on their food, or that chokes on their food.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you think of that proverb?
I think it's true. Because we are a community, you must not eat alone.
Yeah.
We must eat together. So that in case I'm choked, you pat my back, and I'll be fine.
So are we asking bachelors to find someone to eat their food with?
It's important. And if not maybe a partner, even a friend, even a needy soul, have someone.
Yes. True
Thank
story.
you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Sha, maybe you can let us understand your role as the Deputy Director, County Coordination at SHA.
Thank you. First, my name is Valentine Morogo, not Morogoro. It's Morogo.
Oh, sorry, I'm the one who read it wrong.
Tanzania,
yeah, but it's understood, not you alone. Many people do that.
Yes.
So I work at SHA. I'm in charge of county coordination, working as a deputy director, based at the headquarters here at Upper Hill, SHA building. So my role majorly is we talk about counties. County government, counties, the 47 counties.
Yes.
So at SHA, our structure at the county level is county offices, where we have offices in every county, in the 47 counties. So county coordination role is to support those counties,
Yes.
to lead those counties, to support in every way, beginning from matters revenue, matters registration, matters stakeholder engagements, and also supervising the team at the ground. That is at the county level. That's my role.
Yeah. How has SHA been so far? This is now our third or fourth year. SHA has been there for...
It's going to 2 years.
It's going to 2 years.
We are celebrating our second year soon.
Okay.
Yes.
How are things at SHA? And when I ask how are things, even in terms of challenges, mambo ya kuvipi, some of the milestones that we're celebrating as far as the rollout is concerned.
Okay, I may not deep dive. I know time is not with us. And number two, we are also, we really want to focus on our new product, that is emergency evacuation. So, but in a nutshell, I'll say SHA at 2 is doing very well. And I know you even hear from Kenyans themselves.
Sure.
Sometimes it is very good to have someone else blow your trumpet, especially the beneficiary. Because if you look at the moment, we've covered a larger population in this country where Kenyans are able to access care, beginning from PHC, that is primary health care, SHIF, we have the ECCIF, that is an emergency and chronic illness fund.
Yes.
So we have those 3 funds, and as at the moment, all the funds are working very well. If you look at PHC, is a fund where as long as you're registered as a Kenyan,
yes,
you can access care even before you pay your premiums. You go to SHIF, premiums are calculated according to your ability, where a rate is applicable to someone according to their income. And this rate is fair because if you're earning less, you pay according to that what you earn.
Yes.
If you're earning more, you pay according to that which you pay. So there is a lot of fairness, equity, even in terms of premiums. Then finally on the ECCIF fund, where it is emergency chronic and critical illness fund.
Yes.
This is a fund that is it is available to Kenyans with chronic illnesses, for example. For example, cancer issues, also ICU issues, which are previously in the previous arrangement, it was not covered. So ICU is also covered under that. And then we also now have the ambulance evacuation service benefit package.
You've left dialysis.
Dialysis is also part of it.
Yes.
And especially it comes under SHIF again under that. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question because there's a friend of mine tulimpeleka Mama Lucy akalipiwa na SHA kila kitu, you know, the checkup nini.
Yeah.
Then he was referred to Kenyatta. When he got to Kenyatta, he was told that SHA only caters for civil servants. I actually thought that was like a prank, but unfortunately we had to pay out of pocket. What's happening on that front?
Okay, I feel maybe there was misinformation because as you said,
yes,
Kenyatta National Hospital is a government facility.
Yes, it is.
And being a government facility, SHA works there. And if he was referred there,
yes,
definitely SHA
should have paid.
Yes. So maybe we need to know that specific case so that we know the root cause why.
All right.
But ideally, SHA pays at KNH.
I'll definitely share the details after the show so that maybe we can advise.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe kama kulikuanga na misunderstanding on our end,
yes,
then we can actually follow it up.
Yeah, because there may be many other factors, which once I get the details, I'll be able to advise and know. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, tell us about this launch of the National Ambulance Dispatch Center.
Thank you. As I said, at SHA, we have quite a number of products. So under the Emergency Critical and Critical Illness Fund, as I said, we have quite a number of products there. One of them is the one we'll talk about today, that is ambulance evacuation service. Yes. This is a product that benefit that we had not rolled out. When we started SHA 2 years ago, we had not rolled out the evacuation package. And if you look at the previous also arrangement at NHIF, we didn't have ambulance evacuation. So the launch is coming to launch that benefit package. So maybe to speak a little bit about the benefit package is, one, it's a benefit that is free to all Kenyans, including yourself. If today, God forbid, you have an emergency, an accident, then you'll be entitled to an evacuation free of charge from a point of incident to the nearest ECC, that is Emergency Care Center, mostly level 4s and above. So that is where you'll be evacuated to. And for you to be eligible for this benefit,
yes,
you just must be a Kenyan resident, registered with SHA or not.
Okay.
I want you to underline that. It's not a must that you're registered with SHA so that you're evacuated. As long as you're in Kenyan borders,
yes,
and you are found in an emergency, you can be evacuated to the nearest emergency care center.
All right.
So how does it happen? This happens through a call. A bystander, because we assume if you have an emergency, you may not be able to call yourself.
Yes.
Or if you are not that critical, you can call. So at SHA, we have that center now. We call it National Ambulance Dispatch Center, where a call will come to that center. A dispatcher, a very trained dispatcher, will receive that call.
Yes.
Once they receive that call, they are able to connect you to the nearest ambulance, because we've sought authority to geolocate your location. Where when you call
through the phone call that I just
made.
Okay.
You just make that call. We are able to locate where you are.
Oh.
We've engaged CA and they have allowed us, and we are in collaboration with the telcos.
Yes.
So we are able to locate where you are. So through that call, we are able to connect you to the nearest ambulance, and also we coordinate between that ambulance and the nearest healthcare facility, who are able to take
deal
care
with
of
that
their
particular.
need. Yes.
Okay.
So once you're dropped there, the payment plan, who to pay, it's not your worry. It's SHA to do that on your behalf.
Oh.
So we reimburse at a rate of 4,500 within a radius of 25 kilometers. Then anything over and above the 25 kilometers, we reimburse at 75 shillings per kilometer.
Let me understand. What do you mean reimburse?
Reimbursing is, sorry.
Who are we reimbursing?
The owner of the ambulance.
SHA is going to reimburse
owners of the ambulances.
Yes.
So owners of the ambulances already registered under KMPDC, that is the regulator. Then SHA contracts those ambulances.
Yes.
So we are at the tail end, and that is almost done. So we have a payment arrangement with these ambulance providers. That is county government ambulances. We have faith-based ambulances and private organization ambulances. So once we are able to drop you to the nearest facility, you are not bothered who to pay.
Okay.
It's SHA to pay.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you. Yeah.
I like what you're saying, but let me take you back, please.
Sure.
What was the thinking behind it? Why did the Social Health Authority deem it fit to start this service?
A good question, and I am able to answer that. One is I can even pose a question to you too.
Pose.
Do you have anyone you've lost in your life, be it a neighbor, a friend, because there was no immediate evacuation when they needed? Have you ever had such a situation?
I have.
So that's a gap in Kenya, and we realized that for a long time we didn't have a provision of evacuation where there is an emergency. So you find that there is that need in the country in general, because today if I'm hurt, or before this product came, I had to look for my own means to be evacuated to the nearest facility, which sometimes I may be evacuated even by like someone who is not able to handle a patient.
Yes.
Like in an accident scene, we lose even lives because the person's handling that person, they
make
don't
the
have,
situation worse.
Yeah, because they don't handle me in the right way.
Yeah.
So that gap is there, and we feel we need to get the right people to do that. Yes.
Now, my next question, which is tied to this, places where this gap has existed most are in our rural areas or remote areas. Now, how will this service provide for these places where there are even bigger gaps? Nairobi cannot be counted.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Because those services exist. Some of the major towns, they exist. What about those ones? Because the majority of our population in this country also happen to be in the rural areas.
Thank you. So the arrangement we have is, as I said, we are contracting ambulances from all service providers, ambulance service providers, county, private, faith-based, and we are contracting the ambulances wherever they are. Like if it is Turkana, we contract an ambulance in Turkana. And that ambulance is expected to be in Turkana. We also look at having those ambulances, like the negotiation we have with the counties that if it is Turkana County, an ambulance may be in Lokitang. And that is a place that we'll expect the ambulance to be there. So that when we look at our dashboard, our GPRS location, because ambulances will be fitted and have been fitted with GPRS capabilities, so that ambulance is in that particular location. So as much as we coordinate from the headquarters, the ambulance is in the ground. It's not at the town centers. It's distributed all over the country. So that is how we address that. Yes.
So are they distributed? Okay, we have health facilities in every county in the country. So are we saying that they would be located at a health facility that, well, and I'm going to ask the next question, what level of health facility?
Thank you. One, they'll be located not necessarily in the health facility, they'll be located within the surrounding of that facility, within the surrounding. Why? It may even be moving on the road, maybe from dropping another patient, and they're around that place, not necessarily in a facility, but even in a shopping center, for example.
Okay. So maybe I should have asked it differently.
Yes.
So is it a ward? Would a ward be the smallest unit of
Yes, a loss because people don't have money to evacuate. So that's also another gap that we saw. As shall we come and fill towards the achievement of UHC?
Did I hear you say that so long as you're a Kenyan,
yes,
you can access the service?
As long as you're a Kenyan resident.
Yes, but you must also be registered with SHA.
No. I repeat that for Kenyans
yes,
also
I've
to
understood.
Understand. Yes.
I just want to be clear.
Yes.
So SHA will pay for me even if I'm not registered?
For ambulance evacuation, yes. And over and above that again, for the first 24 hours, you're also taken care of, be it that you're registered or not registered. Because when you are in an emergency, you can't even say you are so-and-so. You're not even able to even introduce yourself.
Communication is zero.
It is zero. So we take care of you from the point of incident to the nearest emergency care center. And you asked which level, mostly level 4s and above. So once you are there again, we stabilize you for the first 24 hours. And SHA takes care of that bill for the first 24 hours. Thereafter, now you're required to register as a member of SHA, where you're able to register, do means testing, pay your premiums. And the good news is that once you do that, you're able to access care immediately through SHIF, Social Health Insurance Fund, because we don't have a waiting period. So it means the moment you register, you're able to access care immediately. Yes, but of course we encourage Kenyans to register early in advance because you don't know when catastrophe will
strike.
Will strike. So it's encouraged that you register early enough. But in a situation where you've not, we'll still have a way out. Yeah.
You know, people who rarely get sick or go to hospital, mtu mwenye maybe amezoeanga tu kupata homa, aonangi aje asha. Until ile siku unajipata my friend. Uko kwa hiyo hali maututu ulikuwa unasema.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's why we tunawaambia Kenyans usingoje hiyo siku. You don't know where it strikes, as you said. And it can strike when you are not able to have that resource to pay. Yeah, because sometimes you may not have that money. So by the time you register after that 24 hours and you don't have that money, you see you'll struggle. But it's good to register early enough.
Yeah. Yes. Let's go back to the reimbursement part because now I have understood who you meant. How did you get to choose these ambulances? For example, you've said some of the private ones. The county hiyo ni obvious. But how do you get to choose that we can partner with? For example, if Radio Generation had an ambulance service, how do you determine that we are eligible?
One, SHA, the main role of registering ambulances is with the regulator, that is the KMPDC, that is Kenya Medical and Dentist Practitioner Council.
Yes.
Thank you. So once they register, and it's a process, it's not just registering. I know they can speak for themselves, but the little I can say is that if you are an interested ambulance provider, you're able to register. There's a link provided. So you go to that link, put your ambulance details. County government does so, private owners, faith-based owners. You follow that procedure, you register. If you have 3 ambulances, 10 ambulances, you register. Once you register, you'll be scheduled for an inspection. by KMPDC.
Okay.
They inspect your ambulance, they deem it fit. If it doesn't qualify, it's not registered. If it qualifies according to the provisions of the standards that are provided through also Ministry of Health, you pass the test, then that information is shared with SHA.
Yes.
So once SHA receives that information and we are able to tell these are the ambulances that has passed the test through the regulator,
yes,
then we contract.
Okay.
SHA is contracts, just the way we do with healthcare facilities. The regulator first inspects and gives a license, then SHA comes in and does the contracting bit.
Do you have air evacuations? Because some areas can be unreachable, impassable because of maybe the road network.
Okay, we are yet to go that direction, especially for the national scheme. National scheme is where you deducted the 2.75.
Yes.
Where we are starting with the road ambulance. We are yet to introduce the air evacuation for that category of Kenyans. I may not talk about the other categories because that's a different category where they can access that. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Now, in terms of, you said there are some monies. You said, was it 45 shillings for I don't know what radius?
It's 4,500 shillings. I take you slowly.
Hiyo 45 shillings ulitoa wapi?
Ndio tuna get up. Inaweza kuwa 45 per meter. 45 shillings per meter.
You are a student. We are going to a normal student. Students normally
doesn't
get it right fast.
But adjectives, it doesn't qualify. We don't use the word good. Just use student. Na tuiwache hapo.
CT akona shida na mimi. But you proceed. Ignore CT.
Kwa darasa wanafunzi wanakuanga hivyo. Kuna wale wanashika yote, wengine wanashika opposite. So him ameshika 45 shillings.
Yes.
And it is okay. I'm here to clarify.
Anakufa na hiyo 45.
I'm here to clarify. Yes. It's 4,500 within a radius of 25 kilometers.
Okay.
So if you pick my patient, SHA patient, I call that.
Yes.
You pick and take him or her to the facility. If it is 25 kilometers, we pay you 4,500. If it is 10 kilometers, we still pay you 4,500.
Okay.
If it is 5 kilometers, still pay you that. It is within the 25 kilometers. But if because the nearest facility is more than 25 kilometers, then we count from the 26 kilometer, 27 kilometer, 28 kilometer, then we calculate at a rate of 75 shillings per kilometer.
I think that's why I got the 45 shillings.
Sorry. But this information, basically, it's between us and the ambulance provider.
Okay.
But for Kenyan, which I'm sure they are listening now, it is for them, our desire is to just evacuate them.
Yes.
And they should.
This is not their worry.
It is not their worry. It is our worry and the ambulance provider. It is SHA worry and ambulance provider worry.
Yeah.
But Kenyan resident, it's not his or her worry.
Yes.
I hope it's now clear because
yes,
I expect you to help me speak that message out.
No. It's very clear because I was just trying to figure out in terms of kilometers 25 ni wapi. Nikafikiria kutoka mahali kama tuseme Athi River hadi Nairobi CBD, it's roughly 25 kilometers. That one. So I was trying to figure out, okay, so kutoka hapo mpaka hapo, that's how much you charge. And in terms of response time, first of all, have we piloted this service?
Currently, as we speak, we are with Nairobi County, and that is happening at the moment. Yeah, we started, and it's happening prior to the launch.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That is that is something that CT and I have actually been asking here in terms of some of the things that government has launched. Has it been piloted somewhere?
Okay. Yeah.
Has it been? Have we seen the challenges that we might encounter with it so that we can mitigate them?
Correct.
Before. Ndio, unajua ile shida wa Kenya wanakuanga na. They are the first people who will come out and say this ambulance service doesn't work. Niliita ambulance juzi hata nani akakufa sababu ya and that is something that we cannot run away from.
Correct. But we'll try to minimize those concerns.
For sure.
Yeah, of course. There are always teething issues in any new thing, but we really try the much we can. We've really involved many stakeholders, many. DHA is part of it, as I said. KMPDC, the government is supporting, the healthcare providers are supporting, so we really want to get it right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Thank you.
In when I look at that whole this entire service, clearly well thought out, in my opinion, something that we also see happening in places like the US and the UK, whereby ambulance services it's like second nature now. Someone just breaks down, someone gets an emergency, and they call an emergency number. How do we get to contact this ambulance service?
Thank you. We have that National Ambulance Dispatch Center based at the headquarters at SHA building. We welcome you one day to come and visit.
Oh, we shall definitely come.
Appreciate what is happening there.
Yes.
So how you contact this ambulance? We have a short code number, 922. This short code number is
922. Okay.
So that short code number you call, it's a toll-free number. So when you call using any mobile network, that we have a big number of up to 40 dispatchers, trained. Dispatchers are officers, SHA officers who are receiving these calls.
Okay.
When they receive this call, immediately they connect you. As I said, they connect you to the nearest ambulance because they'll have visibility of your location. So that is how we envision it happens. So step number 1 is a caller calls. Step number 2, a call is received. Step number 3, ability to access your location. Step number 4 is immediately connect you to the nearest ambulance. Step number 5 is to contact the nearest facility to be ready to receive that patient. And then the rest follows, where you'll be attended to, stabilized within that cover of the emergency care fund. That is the steps.
Yeah.
Yes.
922 works 24/7, day, night, midnight, whether it's raining, sunshine.
Yes, it does.
The reason I'm asking this is because we have problems with this especially emergency numbers where unapiganga na hazishuki Kenya. Mimi hata kuna wakati nilikuwa nataka kufichua kwa DCI. Aki nilipigia watu the entire day hawakushika simu yangu. So I hope
we have a shift system.
Yes.
We have supervisors within that shift system. Our management is very passionate, our CEO, our board chair, all of them, and we are ready for that. Yes.
Let me read a comment or two here. There's Feni. Hii ndio itaje sasa. Acha tu niseme Feni. Feni amesema the lady is articulate SHA issue. The lady is articulating SHA issues than senior government officials who earn big money and are clueless. Anyway, there's one by Luis Rudasingo. Ameuliza, how many ambulances do you have on the nationwide system? Are you able to tell us a number?
Okay. We are still registering through KMPDC. Registration is still on, and we can only confirm fully once that process is over. But at the moment, I think in Kenya, we have over 1,000 in Kenya. And once we are able to register fully, we'll be able to give a final figure, and that will be communicated. We do a lot of communication through our socials, through our, I know you normally see, so we'll be able to share the exact numbers. But as it is, once it's before even the launch, we'll be able to share that information with the public. Yes.
Language barrier. If someone calls from a location and they're only able to speak their mother tongue, and what happens if the person on the other side of the ambulance, the other side of 922, the receiving end, probably doesn't understand what this person is saying. I'm speaking in maybe a Somali language, na mwenye amechukua ni Mjaluo kutoka Muhoroni. Sasa wataelewana aje?
Thank you very much.
Yani that whole area lazima toke tu Muhoroni. Mahali mimi natoka
ni nyumbani. Wanasemanga charity begins at home, so we must take care of that.
Yes.
And CT, that's okay. We allow him to do that. So
you don't know what this person is ailing from. Has he suffered a heart attack? Has he fallen from a cliff? But we know it's just ameongea anapiga simu anataka usaidizi.
Correct. So one about language. Our official language is Kiswahili and English.
Yes.
Even when you dial that number, you will realize it's both. It's telling you, asante kwa kupiga, thank you for calling SHA National Ambulance Dispatch Center. So you will both languages will be there.
Yes.
Then you will be allowed to to choose the most preferred between Kiswahili and English.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have that bit of saying if you want Kiluya. But now what happens is that amongst our dispatchers,
Yes.
we have a composition of all that. We have a balanced composition of those tribal representations. As I said, we have 40 of them. So amongst them, we have categorization in terms of those. So if today you call and you just pick Luya, immediately that dispatcher is well trained to be able to connect you immediately to the
a Luya speaking
yes,
person.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll have a way. Yeah.
Because
we
I'm
assure
just
you that we'll have a way.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm taking. There's a time I was emceeing a wedding, not a wedding, an event. And the majority of the people in that particular event were speaking Somali, and that's why I actually just picked up Somali. And I was assuming if one of those grandmothers I saw in that event made a phone call, by the time hata tujue anaongea Kisomali ama ni Kiborana ama hata cause maybe you were unable to pick up the accent, you're not sure whether he's speaking Turkana or is it Masai, how we shall deal with that situation. It's a scenario just played in my mind.
It can happen. And it's good for us also to take notes. You know, sometimes when we interact with you people, we also have more, our thought process also opens up even wider.
Yeah.
But as I said, we have those categorization and we'll still explore further. We're also thinking of our networks where we have even the dispensaries. We have contracted even the dispensaries around those places. So the moment we get to know that you are of an emergency even to a nearest health center there, we can easily connect with that health center so that we find a way of understanding your problem.
But yeah, what I like about this system is because you have said there's GPS tracking.
Correct.
So you're able to tell the location. So
Correct.
whether you understand the language or not,
yes, you'll
at
get
least help will get there.
Correct.
Then the people who get there will be able to tell, huyu shida yake ni
Correct.
hii.
They're able to stabilize you and get to take the necessary tests and understand what you're going through. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because also, let's not forget, a foreign national can make that phone call and they only speak Spanish.
Correct.
And I am sure in your space, there's no one who speaks Spanish.
But partly, let me ask, all the calls go to a centralized calling center.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Iko hapa Hill. Hapa Hill.
The reason I'm asking the question is it possible to have smaller calling centers within the counties who would be able to address the issues that are specific to that country? For instance, the language.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are in this with the county governments. And county governments, some already have existing dispatch centers. We are in discussion and working together on that specifically because they're even able to geolocate more than from the main center. Because sometimes geolocation is normally accurate, but there's always a 0.1 error sometimes. So we are working with the county governments because already they have existing way of handling emergencies. They have their own existing ways and it's existing, and as you said, health is devolved to the counties. So those plans to integrate with those existing dispatch centers at the counties will come at some point. So that when I call or when a caller calls, we can easily connect you to the county dispatch, then the county can handle your matter at that county level. Yes. With technology it is possible. Yeah, with technology, yeah.
City hapa kuna PAPD amesema in the 1970s and 80s all city council clinics had an ambulance supplemented by St. John Ambulance and Red Cross. Ilikuwanga hivyo? Unajua ndio uliishi hii miaka.
It's actually true. It's actually true.
All right. And you did what? Called or used smoke signals? Okay, I'm trying to ask, how did you contact them?
See, smoke signals, wewe unajua. Yes. What happened, there were landlines,
Yes.
okay? And there were numbers, just like 999 was the number used if you want to call
Emergency,
the police.
yeah.
Yes, but again, even with landlines, there was a way in which these people could be contacted because you knew. And by the way, when you bought that piece,
yes,
it came with emergency lines.
Yeah.
Ambulance, police.
Okay.
So you knew what to call. Yes.
And the response was good in terms of response time.
Yes, the response was excellent because one, we were fewer. But that particular service was biased because it worked in big towns. big towns or what you call provincial headquarters.
Nairobi, Mombasa.
No, Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Nyeri, all the provinces that we had.
Okay.
Yes, but beyond that, you see now, if you want to, should you say, devolve such a service, you have to get to a ward, or you try with the district first because it's closer to the ward. But it never got there. But remember, we're not many. The population of Kenya was not that big. And yet, at that point in time, the majority of the population in this country, probably around 80%, was in the rural areas. Yes.
By the way.
In that period of time as well, hospitals, all you did was go to the hospital. Literally. You may have had NHIF, but you not only did you get treated, you also got medicine. It was taken for granted. Yes. So it was a completely different time.
Yeah. Speaking of languages, not languages, speaking of drugs, and expertise also in these particular ambulances, the folks that are going to, the personnel manning those ambulances, are they able to deal with the kinds of emergencies that we expect that they shall be called for? Or are there certain emergencies that they might need to probably, I don't know, get extra help or sanction extra, expertise?
Thank you. There are protocols on emergency care. I know doctors can speak better than myself. I'm not a medical doctor, so there are protocols to that. And those EMTs, you call them emergency medical technicians, who are normally in the ambulance, accompanying the ambulance. They're trained on matters to do with emergencies. And I think there's a level that they manage before they reach the nearest healthcare facility.
Yeah.
So I'll say that, yes, they have the expertise because they are trained to do that. Paramedics and so on, they're trained to do that. So I'll say, yes, they have the capacity because once the ambulance passes the test of being registered and licensed and from the regulator, then it means they pass the test. So I will give that assurance that will be taken care of.
Let me assist.
The nearest,
Let me assist. Yes. One of the things that comes with ambulances, and that is why it's required to go through this process, is the equipment in the ambulance.
Yes.
Okay? It goes beyond just being the mirror of a clinic. It has emergency facilities within the ambulance, things that can resuscitate you, meaning keep you alive until you actually get to the hospital where you can now get the requisite care that you need. So ambulances, believe me, are a health facility in and of themselves. Yes.
The reason I'm asking this is because let's paint a scenario here. A fire has broken out here. A huge explosion, moto imewaka, several people injured and so on. And then let's not forget there's the danger of, number one, the smoke, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. And then there's the other issue of accessibility or even just getting here to assist the patients. So if, and the number of people also injured, we are not sure how many they can be. So if we dial, if an outsider dials that number and they ask for the help, so we'll have the ambulance coming. Of course, there's a fire department that will also come and try and put out the fire. But are they able to even get in and assist these people, get them out of danger?
Apoko fire department, we may have a problem. Because one of the things that we do not have in the abundance that we require are fire services that you can call on when there is a fire. Because to begin with, if you have that service, you need a hydrant. In the place that when the ambulance comes in, it can plug in and there is a water source for it to actually use. Now, if that doesn't exist in that area, that particular fire equipment or lorry or bus or whatever it is will not be of much use. Okay? So, again, when you think of the services that are provided, the dispatcher will ask some questions as well. It's not as though they're going to just say, ni wapi, okay, sawa. They have to have certain details before they actually dispatch the ambulance. Because they may realize from the conversation, they may need 2 ambulances as opposed to 1. So the training of dispatchers is also to understand what an emergency may entail.
Correct.
So they have the prerequisite questions that they ask the caller, that by the time they are sending the service, they know that it's going to meet the need that has been
thank you,
called
Dr.
for.
And I can confirm that has been done. They have been trained by very competent and able trainers. We got the support from the Emergency Medical Kenya Foundation. And they have experience and expertise in this field. They have been trained on what to ask. And thank you, CT, because it seems we were in the same class, because I saw they were taught those things. And not just calling and said, where are you, CT? They are calling and getting to understand
the nature of the emergency.
Nature, consciousness, overbleeding, and so on and so forth. So that is very true.
I wasn't trained. It's my lived experience.
Okay.
Because I worked in the field of medical care for close to 2 decades.
Medical research.
Great,
yes, I was in biomedical research.
Okay.
So these are things you get to know with the time.
Okay.
Yes, you actually, because you see it, you understand it. Yes, because if you don't understand it, you can't be very useful.
Correct.
See, an emergency such as a place where there's LPG gas, for example,
Yes.
forget even the fire.
Yes.
LPG gas itself will just knock you out.
Correct.
You'll become unconscious.
Correct.
So if we have an ambulance service that rushes into that building, they will also be knocked out. They will actually be part of the problem that we are trying to
They'll
solve.
be trapped.
Yeah, so that kind of situation also presents
And then
challenges.
allow me to also add that we are in collaboration with the fire, with the police. Even at the moment, we know areas that are hotspots, just for purposes of distribution ambulances. So we have a lot of engagements. As I said, it's a collaborative effort from all stakeholders, including police, fire, so that in such a situations, we are able to, like, if it's fire, we are able to know the nearest help on matters fire.
Yes.
If it is an insecurity zone, the ambulance wants to pick you, but you're in an insecure place. We are able to know the police station or the persons to call to come and help.
Can I make a suggestion? I don't know if this is within your service.
It's okay.
If with the collaboration, of course, with the community health workers,
yes.
You can map out an area and we have X number of diabetics in this area, X number of people with high blood pressure.
Yes.
Or kuna watu wa cancer hapa. So that by the time you're getting a call from, let's say, Mbuvi, mnajua shida ya Mbuvi tunajuanga yake ni maybe mambo ya kiroho, ya kimoyo rather. Huyu tunajua venye tunaweza approach in that. There's already prior information. I don't know if that is something that we can just map out areas and know this area we have X number of diabetics, X number of cancer patients.
Okay, I'll start first by clarifying that evacuations it's only for emergencies.
Diabetics can have an emergency.
Yes, so if that diabetic is in an emergency situation, as we evacuate, as we said, we have this ambulance staff.
Yes.
Definitely, they will quickly be able to get to know that information. But what you're advising is, why can't you know this information prior?
Just have a come up of
prior,
sorts.
come up. I think it's a good suggestion. And I think as Kenya healthcare system, it's now the Kenya healthcare system.
Yes.
I believe there must be such a data somewhere. But it's something that also I'll take it and
so that by the time
together. Yes.
By the time the caller says, this person Paul Mungala Mbuvi ameanguka chini,
yes.
The moment you just check my health data, mnajua Mbuvi anakuanga na shida. So even as we approach, we already have solutions in mind.
We handle in the right way. Thank you. That's noted.
Yes. All right. Let me see kama kuna mtu hapa ameuliza swali. Kuna jamaa anasema AI language apps in Uganda have Baganda, Luo, hata Luo, Acholi, Runyankore and Kinyarwanda. So them, in case of an emergency, they already know how to speak to you using AI apps. Aya, msemo kweli anauliza, what is the relevance and usefulness of these ambulances when we do not have drugs in all public hospitals? I think you've answered that in a way. Umesema hii ni emergency. Tunakupeleka huko.
Yes.
Hizo shida zingine tutadeal nazo huko.
But that statement that he made is also incorrect. When somebody says there's no medication in all health facilities,
in all public hospitals,
yes, but that is not true.
Kenyans are forced to buy drugs from private.
Yes. When somebody is forced to buy drugs, they should be specific and say, I went to this health facility and this is what happened. You see, it's like someone saying, when don't hear it anymore, that child is not working. So you ask, okay, It has 3 components. Which one?
Which one specifically?
Yeah, which service did you go for and what did you find? And the issue now gets prolonged and it moves away from when someone tells you SHA is not working. I took my patient to the hospital and they only paid 17,000. You think, but you know, you've just told me it's working. Because if they paid 17, it means it works. So we need to understand why they only paid 17 as opposed to, see. So again, the accuracy in reporting, because the question is, that particular health facility, why don't they have drugs? Because you will find that from the national database, drugs have been sent to that place. Okay? So why the patients can't get it? That's a completely different question.
Yeah, so maybe you'll have to, if he's listening to us, we'll have to know more about maybe which facility and maybe what specific challenge, as it is said. And we have networks across the country. They can visit one of our offices at SHA and they'll be able to be assisted because, as he said, it's quite blanket on that statement. But we assure them that there's a lot of improvement. Maybe those days, but at the moment, government facilities. I have also my mother. There is at the uko nyumbani, and anaendanga hospitali na ananiambia nimepata dawa. So we may really want to understand. Yes, and we are there for them. Yes.
Anafika huko anasaidika vilivyo.
Yes.
Acha niangalie kama nitasoma ingine hapa. SHA ambulances sitasoma. Ameingia kwa the realm of evil and sata. Hiyo acha niachane nayo. Hii nitawapatia after tumefunga kipindi. Muende mkiponda on 8.
Asante.
Are we only going to be taking patients to public hospitals or it's both public and private?
Thank you. Both public and private. As long as they are emergency care centers, the nearest, as I said, because it's about saving life. So once they are stable, then they can be transferred if there is need. Yes, but we don't discriminate and say you must go this way. But of course, if the nearest is a public hospital, that's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it falls within the same range of reimbursement that you mentioned?
Yes, the same range, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Interesting. Any closing remarks as we close up this conversation?
A call to Kenyans. Those who have listened today, please make sure that that message goes to every Kenyan because it can save a life. And saving a life, even one life matters. Because I know not all Kenyans are able to access even this interview. So Kenyans out there, please reach out to anyone, any of your neighbors, your relatives to get this message. Number 2, we urge Kenyans to access this care. So that we as SHA we will have supported the government in achieving UHC. Number 3 is to ask Kenyans to also register as SHA members. It has quite enormous advantages to be a registered member. It will help us or Kenyans not to really incur a lot of out-of-pocket expenditure because healthcare is not that. It comes when you are not able to even take care of that bill. Because from experience, you fall sick when you don't expect. So it's good that you're registered and paid up so that you're able to access care when there is need. Number 3 is to thank Radio Generation for this opportunity to be able to speak to Kenyans at such a time. So asanteni sana, our presenter and also
City Muga.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the conversation and we look forward to coming again. A lot of appreciation from SHA leadership, our CEO, our chair, and everyone else for this opportunity. And help us to spread this word. And where there are challenges, please feel free to speak to us so that we clarify and we solve together. Asanteni sana.
Someone is asking, mko na solution if the ambulance breaks down mid-evacuation?
Yes, we have. We have because, as I said, we really look forward to contracting as many as possible. So when one breaks, we quickly get another within the environs. As I said, we are able to locate through our GPS tracking. We'll be able to see which one is the next ambulance. So yes, we are.
Yeah.
And also to add, in Lamu, we'll have boat ambulances as well.
What do you mean, boats?
Yes. Yes, because you look at the terrain there, the waters. So it means if I need to be evacuated to the other side, then that will be necessary. So KMPDC is working on that. Yes.
Lamu is an archipelago.
Yes.
there's Manda, there's Siu, there's Pate. There are all these small islands that actually form. So you access them through water. Hakuna bridge ambayo inakutoa ninio na inakupeleka straight there. So the water ambulances make sense.
Si mambo na kuswim.
When you are sick, you cannot swim. Yes.
Bro, you know that's an ocean, eh?
I know.
So you're not going to find tilapia there.
I think he's not been there, so we may need to take him back.
Actually, you're right. I've not been to Lamu. You're very right.
So I'm right.
I've never been to Lamu.
That, So CG will take you to Lamu. And if I'm available, I'll accompany.
No problem. By all means.
Yes.
Umesema utatu-invite huko kwa call center.
Yeah. Sure. Even today. Even now.
Even now.
Yes. We want you to appreciate what is happening so that even as you speak on our behalf to Kenyans, you able to envision what we are doing.
Yes.
So even now we can go together.
Ni sawa sawa.
Yes.
We shall definitely organize that. Sisi kinye tutakuuliza ni mtuletee Dr. Mwangangi. Huyo tumengoja. Kuna maswali mengine tungependa kukuuliza lakini tunaona ni yeye ndiye ako best place.
Asante.
Kujibu. So mkirudi huko kwa HQ.
Asante. Tutafikisha ujumbe na atasikia.
Mwambie akuje. Si umeona tumekupatia kahawa, chai. The seat is very comfortable. Your colleague tumemwofa kila kitu akakataa akasema nataka tu maji. Akuje tutampatia anything. Bora tuongelee mambo ya SHA.
We will do that. That message will reach out today and we believe one day she'll be here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Asante sana.
Folks, we have come to the end. A big shout out to Petro, Madialo, nilikuwa nimesema Mohamed Murunga, alafu kuna wengine pia sikuwa nimesalimia kina Tony Imu, Samuel Lumbasi, My Tech 2.0, Lilian Kendi. We also do have Willis Juma, Musema kweli nimekutaja, na wale wengine wameongea juu ya shetani. Hizo ni stories za baadaye, tutaweza kuzizungumzia wakati tofauti. But right now though, thank you so much folks. Let's meet tomorrow at exactly 6 a.m. We'll leave you in the safe hands of Rania Abdi and Kariuki Thige. Those ones are coming at exactly 11 a.m. which is about an hour from now. So don't go too far. See you when the sun shines tomorrow morning.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie. Diaspora Affairs. For more information about the death of a Kenyan engineer in Mozambique, the National Assembly's Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee said the government's initial response did not provide enough details. The committee wants a full report on the death of Moses Robert Mogotsi, who died in Maputo in October 2025. Saboti Member of Parliament Caleb Amisi had asked the ministry to explain the circumstances leading to Mogotsi's death, the cause of the death and the status of investigations undertaken by the relevant authorities. Kipipiri Member of Parliament Wanjiku Muhia has defended her remarks flagged by NCIC, saying the commission had earlier cleared her. Muhia accused Health CS Eden Dwale of confirming the allegations by refusing to apologize or appear before NCIC unless other leaders are also called. She warned against blaming entire communities over political differences.
In matters of IBC, the 1.5 million I didn't pay, though the community did contribute. I think nowadays there is that feeling of the community owning the process. They felt that Wanjiku said exactly what you are saying. As our spokesperson, we are also against anyone coming to Orkalau to vote. Yet you are not a registered member in Orkalau. So
is this a reality though? Do we have these kinds of things